Man, I wish I could tab out of Terraria without interrupting the music. If you have it minimized when it's launching, then you can do that. There's something you can do to have that happen. Or maybe if I didn't have it in a borderless window or something. Hey, Chen, Likeable Monkey, HGCR, and Glitched. No, this is borderless window, Glitch. I run the game in borderless window. Borderless window. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we have our 3 hardcore characters. You're supposed to be writing an essay right now. Why'd you have to go live? Oh. Alright. If it's inconvenient for you, I can go ahead and stop the stream. That's alright. Bye, everyone. It was nice seeing you all, but Wrath needs to go write their essay, so I'll see you guys later. Okay. Yeah, we have our 3 hardcore characters. We had 4, and then one of them died to the Wall of Flesh, but we're not going to talk about him. This is the one we did on stream, Hardcore 3, and then we have these 2. I took them to hard mode off stream. This one, I think I just rushed through things pretty quickly, and then this one, I think I took things a bit more leisurely. I think I like mined a jungle arena, stuff like that. But I am going to see what works in hard mode now. So hard mode is a lot more dangerous. There's not really a good way of stopping in pre-hard mode. You're very vulnerable at the start of the game because you have 100 HP, and the same thing is kind of true in hard mode, except you can't get life crystals to give yourself a buffer to make things not dangerous in hard mode. You kind of just stay at that low HP. Now, the one very, very nice thing, that means that the Moon Lord was killed, glitched. Gold border means that Moon Lord was defeated in that world. It's kind of representative of the world being complete, in a sense. Or that you finished. I firmly believe, not even think, I am certain, about as certain as you can be, that the best opening line in hard mode is to take a Phoenix Blaster and buy exploding bullets, and use that at the beginning of hard mode. I don't even think there's anything else that competes, with that line. The amount of knockback and crowd control that you have, and the amount of damage that you're able to put out comfortably, it's not incredible, but it's more than enough to deal with regular enemies. I don't think anything else even comes close to that. So that's what we're going to do. Phoenix Blaster normally has very low knockback, but exploding bullets have such ridiculous knockback that they essentially completely offset it. Where is our demolitionist? Here he is. You just want to come here, buy exploding bullets, or exploding powder. This is more than enough. Look at like, I don't know, 92? That seems fine. And then we go to our arms dealer, who's here, and buy a bunch of empty bullet casings. What about Spinal Tap? The problem is the Spinal Tap has very low base damage, and it's going to get shredded by defense. The Phoenix Blaster has high enough base damage that it actually deals damage to enemies. The Spinal Tap just, like, it won't deal damage. Your best thing to do if you have a Spinal Tap is to immediately go down to a spider biome somewhere and get spiders. They're very easy to grind safely. Spiders can't attack through walls. Just get a spider staff, and immediately work from that. You can, if you have a sharpening station, that's a solid way of, letting your enemies penetrate, or letting your, minions penetrate the defense of, although honestly, they have like 40 defense or something. It's kind of ridiculous. Hey, Tiny Lady Chris. Yeah, they're easily farmable in a cavern farm. But this isn't the only thing that we have, right? There are a lot of other decisions we have to make You seem to struggle to get a dart pistol often and just end up using a repeater if you're rushing. So, I'm going to be resisting the urge to just use a Phoenix Blaster. Oh, this isn't hardcore, Zeta Mugs. I have 3 hardcore characters. We're in early hard mode right now. I think here I'm going to take a pretty typical path through things, which is I'm just going to go smash altars. The safest way to smash altars is the Crimson or Corruption world. It's a Crimson world. At the very beginning of hard mode, if you are not sure about things, you can always take a Hunter Potion, especially at nighttime. It can really help with keeping you alive. We don't have good mobility right now, so I'm going to do that. And I'm going to keep these Potions of Return on me just in case. But we are going to go ahead and run over and smash some altars, and then we're going to go mining. I'm just testing for a video I'm making, Eventide. I'll probably, hopefully get it out somewhat soon. Yeah, with this character, I think what we're going to do is just mine for hard mode ores ASAP and try to get like a tier 2 or 3 armor set. We'll consider other characters after that, but that's our goal for this one. Phoenix Blaster, like I said, incredible knockback, incredible crowd control. You can hit any number of enemies bunched up at once. It will completely stun lock basically anything in hard mode. As long as the enemy is not knockback immune, you can be reasonably confident that a Phoenix Blaster with exploding bullets will handle it pretty comfortably. The one thing it's a little bit bad at is actually killing ghost-type enemies because it deals a lot of knockback to them, which can send them flying, especially like floaty growths underground. Hey, couples. And, B Cubitus. Dart pistol and dart rifle are so fun. You use them as your main weapon until, like, Plantera because of how fun they are. Yeah, if I was just playing a casual run, I would just use the Phoenix Blaster until Plantera. I think I'm going to resist the urge to do that because I don't think that's great advice. But, I do really like just using the Phoenix Blaster until... And it's really not bad up until Plantera. It's very reasonable against the mech bosses. Destroyer, it's not the best at. Usually you do him second or third and just make like a hollowed repeater by Unholy Heroes. What's the recommendation for starting early game with Mage? Play a different class? If you need to play early game Mage, if you get lucky with the Wand of Sparking, that's great. If you don't get lucky with the Wand of Sparking, the Thunder Zapper can dish out some respectable damage. You'll need to get down to the bottom of the underground desert in order to do that. Of course, the best option is just to grind a Demon Scythe, but that's slow and very, very boring. Assuming you don't want to do that... Do I have a magic conch? I don't have a magic conch on this character. Now, a Crimson Mimic only does around about 270 damage in Master Mode on contact. We do not have great damage to deal with it. This isn't a terrible arena for trying to fight a Crimson Mimic, but it is a pretty awkward situation to try to kill it in if another enemy gets in here. I think if I close things off, I could probably fight the Mimic pretty comfortably. Do I have lava bucket still? No. I think I think on this character, if I had a lava bucket, I could easily kill him, but no conch, not on this character, no, unfortunately. Now, it is very rare that you see Crimson Mimics this this high up in the world. We're barely even in the underground, but Yeah, that was your... if you weren't aware, Crimson Mimics are able to spawn anywhere. Underground in the Crimson. It does not have to be the underground Crimson. This is just... this is just the underground Crimson, not the underground Crimson. Jump? Nope. You found gem staffs. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'll leave. I am not entirely used to doing this without wings. I'm gonna step here just in case. We are a little bit close. I wouldn't put it past the Crimson Mimic to try to pursue me. I think we're good. You don't have the right ore for the types of gems you find. Yeah, that can be tricky. Would Clinger Staff be any good? It'd be kind of hard to get a Clinger Staff here on account of this being a Crimson World. Clinger Staff's very good, though. There's totally a content inventory. There is? Oh, yeah, there is. Well, had I known that, I would have just taken him up here to the surface, but, it's fine. I've played, like, 5 different characters in the past, like, 24 hours. I have a lot of, getting mixed up about what character has what. You can chase that far? I wouldn't put it past it. I don't know exactly how far one can chase, but I wouldn't put it past it. Let's see. This is not enough cobalt for a pickaxe. Let me just go down to my cave and get enough for a pickaxe. Did I play off camera? This character, no. The other characters, yeah. I only did 2 of the characters on stream because late pre-hard mode is just not very interesting. Yeah, I think the beginning of hard mode is a point where it's very important to remember how fragile you are and to be very, very generous with recalls. Like there, I had decided before even summoning the Mimic, if it hits me, I'm leaving. If I can kill it without getting hit, great. I only have a Cloud in a Bottle double jump, which is not great. Cloud in a Bottle and Spectre Boots. If I cannot get out without getting hit, then I'm just going to go home. If it hits me twice, I'm probably dead. Let me make this a hard mode chest. I do think that's a good idea in general with hardcore. Not just in early hard mode, although it's most important in early hard mode. Deciding before you do something what your condition to leave is. It's like setting yourself a maximum betting amount if you're going gambling, right? Give yourself a cutoff point. If you cross that line, you don't debate with yourself whether or not you'll survive. You don't consider, you know, is this going to be worth giving up everything that I've invested to get to this point in this fight or walking here. If you hit that point, you leave immediately. Maybe it's half HP with no potion on cooldown. I think it's a good rule of thumb. With potion on cooldown, like no potion. Maybe it's an enemy hits you once. Maybe it's a certain enemy shows up, like, right? Like in the Cavern Layer, I would play with the rule of thumb that if a Rune Wizard shows up, you leave. I feel somewhat similarly in the dungeon with skeleton snipers. Not exactly. It depends on the exact circumstances. But skeleton snipers can be ridiculously lethal and very difficult to avoid because they can shoot you from off screen for 600 damage. So I feel like giving yourself a cutoff point where you say, if this happens, I'm going to leave, is good. Because the precious few seconds that you decide that you have to make that decision in can be the difference between dying or not. If you sit there going, well, can I really survive this? Like, do I need to go home? Well, you might get hit another time in that time frame, or twice. See a jungle mimic you recall even if you're not on hardcore? Well, they only exist in Get Fixed Boy and Celebration Route 10, so... Okay. Let's go mining. We have a mechanical lens, so in this situation, I feel pretty comfortable not drinking a danger sense potion. I'm going to do a short mining trip underground to get enough mithril to make an anvil and a pickaxe. That's 15 and 10, 25. We need 100 mithril for that. So I get 100 mithril. Actually, maybe I get a... Actually, no. I've got a chisel. I've got all this stuff I can afford to craft a few spelunker and mining potions. Do I already have some? Actually, I might. Yeah. Mining. Hunter's a very good idea at the start of hard mode. There are a lot of enemies that are very dangerous, and just knowing where they are, especially before you get your first armors up, can really help out. Night Owl potions, for a similar reason, are very nice to have. They kind of serve like a poor man's hunter potion. We don't even have Shiverthorn for Danger Sense, actually, but that's fine. We have a mechanical lens, so we really don't need Danger Sense. It's mostly something you want before you have the ability to see wiring. The only biome where having a Danger Sense potion really feels significant, compared to seeing wiring, is the Underground Desert, and we're never stepping foot in the Underground Desert again. The Underground Desert, as far as hardcore is concerned, is a biome you never touch with a 10-foot pole once you're in hard mode. Never, never, never. It is hyper lethal. And it is so easy for anything to go to shit so quickly in that biome. There's some good stuff you can get there. You can get a basilisk mount. You can get the spirit lamp. It's really just those two things. I would just look for alternatives. Don't go there. There are other... If you want a mount, you can get the wolf mount. You could potentially still use the golf cart. If you want the spirit lamp... I mean... You'd also need to get a sandstorm. It's a really awkward weapon to get in general. There are a lot of better things you could do. No sign of any alchemy. Are we not deep enough? There's some. Yeah, if you have decent mining speed from pre-hard mode, you got an ancient chisel, you have mining potions. You can do this initial hard mode mining stretch pretty quickly, which is why it can be really nice to get those things. And as long as you have hunter potions, you can see where everything dangerous is. And if you just mine through stone to avoid them, in a regular biome, you'll be fine. If you're in, like, the Underground Hollow, or the Underground Crimson, or Corruption, it's a bit more dangerous, and you should be a bit more careful. Because there are a lot of enemies that can go through blocks, or teleport in those biomes. So even if you are inside of a block, you could have a Chaos Elemental teleport inside of you. You have the enchanted swords and, other enchanted weapons in the other evil biomes that can go through blocks. Corrupted Desert is probably even worse. Yeah, you have the teleporting casters that attack through blocks. Oh, right, this is Orchakam. Well, we can always shimmer down anyways, so we, yeah. Now, the one main concern about doing early hard mode mining like this, which is a very valid concern, especially if you haven't prepared for it, are pirates. If you break altars, then you enable pirates to show up. And pirates are not the end of the world. They don't really have any attacks that go through blocks unless you kill a captain, and you can very easily avoid killing captains. But if you break altars and are not prepared for pirates, you can be in for a world of hurt. Especially if you try to fight pirates on their terms. Never fight pirates on their terms. They will rip you to pieces if you are just out in the open. Their projectiles do like 200 damage. You are not going to out-DPS them. They are fast-moving. You are not going to dodge them effectively. You always want to fight them on your terms and force them into a situation where you can comfortably deal with them. Now, if we're lucky, we never even get pirates. It's like a 1 in 30 chance each morning. It's very feasible that they just never show up. So hopefully that's what happens. If that isn't what happens, then we'll deal with it when it happens. Once we make this Orichalcum pickaxe, then we cross the point where light provides the most benefit. At this point, any speed boosting reforge will be functionally equivalent, so we can just reforge until we get anything that buffs our speed. It doesn't have to be light. Actually, I'm not sure about nimble. It might need to be better than nimble. Deadly, though. Deadly's fine. Okay, now we're gonna get more potion buffs, go back underground, and just keep doing this. Oh, we have so many Spelunker potions. Man, this world's in a good position. I'm gonna take these teleportation potions to get myself potentially deep underground, somewhere I haven't been. I'm gonna... I have a shark fin. Did I get a shark statue? I did get a shark statue. Okay, yeah. In that case, I can pop these hunter potions like candy. This is the world we got a shark statue in. See, ideally, I should always know where every enemy is at all times. And I should be able to mine fast enough to just move and avoid them. That's the goal. We'll see how that works out. If pirates did show up, what would I do? I would probably build a giant shaft. If you have a big vertical column, like let's say I just put walls on either side of this and went up, you can just make a hole in the wall and shoot them from either side. You can also just attack through blocks with the Phoenix Blaster with exploding bullets. The idea is, literally, if you just make a block between you and the pirates, if you put yourself in a box, they can't hurt you. They can't. The only way they can hurt you is if you kill a pirate captain, so you just ignore pirate captains. As long as you don't kill a pirate captain, if you are sitting inside a box, they can't hurt you. You can use lava, you can use crystal vial shard, hell, you can even use a vile thorn, even though it deal no damage. Ideally, you'd provide some means for the captain to despawn. No. 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 Yeah, this one. This one's okay. We can do this one. Yeah, pro tip. If you find yourself in the jungle, early in pre-hard mode, leave immediately. You ever seen the warnings around radioactive material? If you touch this object, immediately discard it, run the fuck away, and call the proper authorities. That's what you should do if you find yourself in the jungle. Get out of there. There is no reason to ever be in the jungle before at least killing one mech boss. What about Yellets? Doesn't drop till post 1 mech boss, if I'm not mistaken, right? I'm gonna go smash more altars. I feel like we could get more ores to spawn here. Yeah, you can see how much damage those guys deal. You need to be very, very cautious, and do not be afraid to, if you get hit once early in hard mode, just leave. Is it necessary to do that? No. But when you're dealing with enemies that kill you in 3 hits, if you're in legendary mode, it could potentially even be like 1 or 2 hits. You should be very, very cautious. There is no... Any of you guys ever played Darkest Dungeon? I hope most of you have. Darkest Dungeon is a phenomenal game. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Don't let pride around trying to do things without recalling or thinking that running away from a fight is lame or anything like that stop you from staying alive. When you're playing hardcore, your goal starts and stops at staying alive. You don't need to kill enemies. You don't even need to kill bosses. You don't have to dodge enemies. You don't have to do anything except stay alive. If you stay alive, you can figure out the rest as it happens. You've heard Darkest Dungeon is cruel. Darkest Dungeon is, it's kind of like XCOM, if you're familiar with XCOM. You're essentially commanding a squad of adventurers through dungeons to fight enemies in which you have to deal with a lot of RNG-based decisions, and a lot of times factors outside of your hands will influence things. And it's more about risk mitigation. And that's similarly how a lot of hardcore Terraria comes down to, is risk mitigation. The underground Crimson's really not an ideal place to be mining in, because you mine at half the speed in either of the underground Crimson or underground Hollow. So I'm gonna leave and just go somewhere on foot. Is it a blood moon? What is a blood moon? You know what? Yeah, this could potentially be banana rings. I'm not gonna do any blood moon fishing. We do not have the setup for it, and anything like that. But if we sit in an arena like this with Phoenix Blast or exploding bullets, we should be safe from clowns. Clowns are the main threat. We know where every enemy is. We can just keep drinking Night Owl and Hunter potions. So we shouldn't get caught off guard by anything. Our Phoenix Blaster can very comfortably deal with these kinds of enemies. We could potentially get a mechanical boss summon to drop, which could be nice. Rest in peace, Wayne June. Wasn't Wayne June, like, transphobic? I am a fan of applying nuance to perceptions of people, but that's the one thing that I do remember about Wayne June before he died. He played a very iconic character, and I think it, it kind of fits because the Ancestor is like the villain of Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, he was a phenomenal voice actor. Okay, there's your warning that there's a clown. If there is a clown, remember it follows fighter AI. Chattering teeth bombs and clowns both are able to dish out very high damage. You want to stay very far away from them. Now, they can't fly, right? If you're sitting above them like this in an arena, they can't hit you. You're fine. But if you hear that laughing, you should make sure that you're somewhere high, and you should make sure the clown is somewhere underneath you. Their explosives can have a little bit of a range, especially chattering teeth bombs, so make sure you give yourself a wide berth between the two of you. What you should not do, I've done this before and I've died to it in hardcore legendary runs. Chattering teeth bombs are able to blow up through walls. If you are sitting in a box, a chattering teeth bomb is on the other side of the wall. It's like a 1 block thick or maybe even 2 block thick gap. The chattering teeth bomb is able to blow up and hit you from the other side of the wall. Now, chattering teeth bombs on master mode shouldn't kill you in one hit. I think they do maybe like high 300 damage. In one hit. They don't do 600 anymore. They used to, but they don't anymore. Or maybe it was just clowns that were nerfed. I think chattering teeth bombs were nerfed. But that is to say, don't get comfortable because you have a wall separating you. They explode, and they can explode through walls. Yeah, you can see how good the Phoenix Blaster is here with exploding bullets. You really, like, the two of them complement each other very well, and just having one or the other isn't going to do that much. Like, the Phoenix Blaster is not bad, but without exploding bullets, it cannot do crowd control. It would be doing a decent amount of damage, but it's not going to be doing nearly this well. And exploding bullets, you really need a gun that is able to attack quickly and for a decent amount of base damage. And there really are not that many options at the beginning of hard mode. This doesn't work with an Onyx Blaster. This doesn't work with a shotgun. I think it kind of works with a Clockwork Assault Rifle. So if you get a Clockwork Assault Rifle to drop, I think that's also a decent option. I'm just not as big of a fan of it. I find the Phoenix Blaster to be more effective. The Chattering Teeth Bomb... neither exploding bullets nor chattering teeth used to destroy blocks. The bombs from clowns used to destroy blocks. Those are the actual explosives they throw themselves. That was very old behavior, like 1.1. Exploding bullets used to deal self-damage, which might sound bad. It was actually quite good. You could use exploding bullets to give yourself iframes, and you could also use it to trigger the Star Veil, or Star Cloak. And exploding bullets, when used to deal self-damage, would actually give you reduced iframes. So you could damage yourself like maybe 5 or 6 times per second. Alright, clown showed up. We go high. Immediately avoid him. Like 5 or 6 times per second. And you could spawn stars 5 or 6 times per second, and each one would do like 2 or 3 stars. It was very effective. Right. No banana ranks, but that's okay. We make sure we kill that Shattering Teeth Bomb. Now, ideally, if you have an arena like this, you'd want the bottom floor of the arena to be a little bit higher up. You want your bottom layer of your arena to be low enough, or high enough, that enemies cannot jump and stand on it. Here, depending on where they're standing, they can jump up. And they could even hit me, right? That's not ideal. You don't want something like that. But the higher layers are separated enough that if we just stand up here, we're fine. What about high velocity bullets for crowd control? High velocity bullets, I think, are worse for crowd control. They're better for piercing, but they don't really... I think the key word is control. Exploding bullets allow you to control enemies extremely well. I can take any one of these enemies, especially basic fighter enemies, and completely negate them. They cannot approach me, they can't attack me, they can't hurt me. They're completely at my mercy. High velocity bullets are going to be better at dealing damage in a straight line, especially to enemies that are not clumped up. But their knockback is very bad. You can't control enemies. They will make ground on you if you don't kill them. You can't stun lock them and stagger them in the same way. Could Freddy Fazbear defeat the Moon Lord? How old is Freddy Fazbear's soul? The kid that died to, like, make him? Is he, like, a 6-year-old kid? Is he, like, a 12-year-old kid? Has he played Terraria? I mean, the kid's from, what, like 1987? The kid's gonna be shit at video games. There's no way that Freddy Fazbear could beat the Moon Lord. Not a chance. That kid... Like, maybe they've played some arcade games. They've never used a fucking keyboard and mouse. What are they going to be playing on an arcade version of Terraria? They don't know the controls. They're going to suck. They're the same age as Monk Rainworld? Well, I mean, Monk Rainworld could. He's a god gamer, but... I think if Freddy Fazbear was playing Terraria... I mean, I think if Freddy Fazbear... The child of Freddy... That Freddy Fazbear came from... not the child of Freddy Fazbear. That's a very different FNAF fanfiction. If he came from, like, the mid-2010s, I think there's a solid chance he could beat the Moon Lord. But, you know, late 1980s? No chance. We didn't get very much, but we also didn't lose very much, and we weren't in danger, so. Okay, so here's the idea with this. This trench right here, a Wraith cannot get up here. We are completely safe from Wraiths. Now, this might or might not extend to Reapers. It depends on how long this gap is. Reapers move a little bit faster. Those are the ones in solar eclipses after killing one mech. But by standing here, we can be comfortable that an enemy cannot get in the house. The only way an enemy could get in the house is if one of the NPCs opened the door and they were able to jump in, which, like, you can make a floating house if you want to completely avoid that possibility, but in general, that doesn't really happen. And you can also set up your house so that that can't happen, but, that's the idea of having that mode. We can use it at the beginning of the game for killing goblins, and we can use it late in the game for staying alive from floating enemies. What's the boss I'm best at fighting? I mean, I feel like that needs some kind of elaboration because, like, I don't know, man. Like, I can kill the Eye of Cthulhu pretty well. right? Like you put me in an arena with the Eye of Cthulhu, I'm pretty sure I could kill the Eye of Cthulhu. Or like King Slime, but they're also just very easy bosses. I don't know, maybe the twins. I'm very comfortable fighting the twins. Okay. Well, this was a nice detour, but we wanted to go mining. Have a favorite boss? I mean, there are bosses in Terraria that I like, but honestly, like, I generally prefer the stuff outside of boss fights in Terraria to the boss fights. I don't find most of the bosses in Terraria to be particularly, like, wow, this is super fun. I mean, depending on the items I have, some bosses can be really fun. Like, the Empress of Light, if you have the means to dodge her effectively, I think can be pretty fun. But also, if you have the Empress of Light and you don't have the means to dodge her effectively, she's kind of miserable. I often end up using the weapons the Ice Mimic drops in my playthrough. Almost never. Almost never. The Ice Bow really suffers from not being able to use special arrow types. It's more likely to use it in Get Fix Boy, where it weapon swaps to the early game. I've used it a couple times, usually in multiplayer playthroughs, but yeah, I really don't use Ice Mimic drops that much. Yeah. So one thing I would not get that attached to is the idea that you need to get a tier 3 armor set. I wouldn't even say you need to get any hard mode armor set if you're comfortable playing the game. There have been many, many times where I have just taken a necro armor and fought, the twins and Skeletron with that, then made hollowed armor. Getting a tier 2 or even like palladium armor can be perfectly fine. You don't have to spend a ton of time mining, and if you have a fast mining speed, it's pretty quick. But especially if you have a low mining speed, or especially if you are afraid of pirates and you don't want to do a pirate invasion, fishing for a tier 3 armor set takes hours and hours, and I would really not recommend it. Because, once you kill the mech bosses, you can just make hollowed armor. Alright. The one thing you should be careful about are boulders. If you mine into boulders, they will activate and fall on you. The issue isn't fighting the bosses, it's a random enemy hitting you for 250 damage. Yes, and that is where Hunter Potions really come in handy. I can mine here, and I can feel, honestly, completely safe mining, because I know where every enemy is at all times. An enemy is never going to sneak up on me. I'm never going to mine into a dark cave and there's going to be an enemy there. I'm never going to step on a trap because I know the traps. I can see them with my grand design. I can just sit here and mine towards the glowing red adamantite ore. And there's a bat down there. Okay, I can just avoid it. I don't have to engage with it. I don't have to fight it. I see there's a bat there, and you know what? If I want to go down there and I don't want to deal with that bat, well, one, I can just go somewhere else. So I don't have to go there. Two, I can just dig inside like this. With a fast mining speed, it's very quick to just tunnel through areas, and avoid enemies entirely. Until a Rune Wizard teleports on you? Yes, that is why having a Life Form Analyzer can be very, very nice. Speaking of which, I think a Traveling Merchant just showed up, and it might be worth checking if he has a Life Form Analyzer. But Rune Wizards also, as long as you're moving slow, they shouldn't telefrag you. They shouldn't be able to teleport on top of you unless you're moving very quickly. Now, it is very easy. If you are jumping down somewhere like this, a Rune Wizard could teleport below me. And just, like, the force of gravity, allows the Rune Wizard to get me. If I do have to engage with an enemy, then I have my exploding bullets. I can keep them stun locked. Be a bit careful of bats. They take knockback pretty heavily and can behave a little unpredictably. But I don't have to worry about enemies because my weapon is also just good at dealing with them. Anything that takes knockback, I can handle comfortably. And anything that doesn't take knockback, honestly, is probably not an enemy I want to be fighting anyways. Like to skip ore armor and go straight to crystal assassin. Yeah, it's a valid option. I think the advantage of ore armor is that it is very quick to get. Like, right now, I already have enough for adamantite armor. Right, technically, I still need to make a forge. It's 216 for adamantite armor. If I wanted a forge as well, that's an extra 30, so I need 246. So I'm like one adamantite vein short. And this has been like 10 minutes of mining. Like, it's very, very fast if you have the appropriate setup. And you have to go mining anyways to get your mithril anvil to make wings, which you're going to want to do. And, you know, tack on an extra 10 minutes, you have a tier 3 armor set. Why not, right? Does the auto-click option work with Phoenix Blaster? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we have a full adamantite armor set. No stress whatsoever. There was no point in time where I even felt close to being in danger. The only biomes that could have been dangerous, I completely avoided. Those would be the ones with, like, the cursed enemies and stuff that can go through blocks. Now, here is an interesting choice. We could make a melee head. Making a melee head is a very safe option. And you know what? I think for the purpose of showing what I think is most likely to succeed, I will make one. I think defense maxing for the mechanical bosses can be quite effective. Interesting. The helmet's worth a lot more than the greaves. This is another, 14 points of defense, which means 14 less damage per laser. Generally, the lasers are the parts that are dangerous, so if you avoid those lasers, you'll do fine. But when the lasers do hit you, having an extra minus 14 damage per laser can be pretty significant. And you don't really lose a whole lot of damage because you're able to get a bit through the Ranger emblem. And honestly, weapons are fine innately with dealing damage. But yeah. If you're comfortable fighting the mechs, you don't have to do this. But I think, especially if you're feeling a little uncertain about the mechs, getting extra defense never hurts. And you don't give up a whole lot to do it, and it's just the safe way. I think the way that I would think about hardcore is there are a lot of OSHA safety guidelines that you should follow, right? You should get as much defense as you can. You should always have a danger sense potion and hunter potion if you have a shark statue to get them consistently. You should immediately get a mechanical lens as you can buy one. You should always reforge your accessories to warding. If you don't do any of these things, you might be perfectly fine. But if a situation arises where things are not fine, if you took those precautionary safety measures, you'll be fine. If you didn't, you might be in a lot of trouble. Strange plant in my inventory? I don't know if I have a dye trader. I don't have a dye trader. Yeah, it's... If the game's going well, you'll be doing fine anyways. But if something goes wrong, if you have an industrial accident, then having a stocked medical equipment, a stocked med kit in your factory is going to go a long way with saving someone's life. If you just, you know, didn't make sure that that med kit was there, then you violated your OSHA safety violations, and you're going to be in a lot of fucking trouble. Or being up to fire codes. Okay, nobody expects their building to be on fire. And you know what? If you don't have a working fire alarm and you don't have a fire extinguisher, you're probably fine. Because your building's probably not going to get lit on fire. But if it does catch on fire, you know what you're going to want? You're going to want a fire extinguisher and a working fire alarm. Otherwise, you're going to burn to death. And that's how I would view a lot of the decisions you can make in hardcore. Is, yes, if things go well, you don't need to do this. But you can't... Things aren't always going to go well. And you should prepare for those situations. Oh, yeah, right. Traveling Merchant for Lifeform Analyzer. Where is he? Do I make that? Yeah, I make that. Do I have rope? Yeah, I have rope. Everyone has a plan until a turtle hits them in the face for 399 damage. If you're lucky, it hits you for 399. If you're unlucky, it just does 400. Base damage of a tortoise on Master Mode is 432. With a plus 15% damage roll, it's very, very plausible that unless you have over 100 defense, it could one-shot you from 400 HP. Okay. Go, my snake! Oh, hey, we've done this before. Hello. I have a horseshoe, I'll be fine. Right. That is one thing to remember, is that double jumps sometimes reset weirdly on ropes. No life form analyzer. Yeah, nothing too useful. Honestly, I'll buy a little bit of dynasty wood just so I don't have to cut down trees. So. This is okay. Real curious about my class preferences. Ranger. I like Ranger. And honestly, I like Ranger basically for the exact reasons I just said, which is it's just very, very safe to use. I'm gonna make more exploding bullets. We've blown through about 2,000 so far. Isn't dynasty wood not considered actual wood though? You can make houses and stuff with it. It accomplishes a lot of the purposes I need. I think you can't make campfires with it. Yeah, you can't make campfires with it, but you can make a lot of stuff with it. Post-planetary dungeon wizard skeleton contract damage being like 600. Oh, thanks, Sample. I mean, voice acting is just, like... One, it's a pretty competitive field. There are a lot of, you know, struggling voice actors. Two, like, it doesn't... I wouldn't expect to make a lot of money off of it. Three, like it's difficult. Hey, first last, welcome. Yeah, so right now we have a tier 3 armor set. That's great. We have Shimmered Emblem. That's great. The next step is realistically probably to get wings. Wings, very good. It's not raining. If it was raining, we could very comfortably get frost wings. The next best option is to instead get pixie wings. And the best way to do that is just to pick up a bunch of pearl stone, which we can get down in our underground hollow here. We're going to see if a mech boss spawns. There's a 10% chance every night for a mech boss to spawn. If it does spawn, didn't spawn. If it does spawn, you need to be underground until, I think, 8:52 p.m. The boss will check if you're on the surface at 8:52 p.m. If you are, the boss spawns. If not, the boss doesn't spawn. So as long as you go underground for that exact time, the mech boss spawn will be completely avoided. Then you can go back to the surface. That is not the same as how the Eye of Cthulhu works. The Eye of Cthulhu checks if you're on the surface at 8:52 or anytime afterwards. So if you wait out to 8:52 and then go to the surface, the Eye will just like delay the spawn until the next morning when the Eye can't spawn anymore. You need to be underground for the whole night. Not for mechanical bosses. That is only for the Eye of Cthulhu. Mech bosses only check 8:52, and if you are underground at 8:52, they won't spawn. I feel like Harpy Feathers shoot RNG reliant. Yeah, it's like a 1 in, what, 200 drop. You also have to kill unless you have a statue, you have to kill a lot of wyverns in the meantime. And wyverns can be a genuinely kind of dangerous enemy. They're not to be underestimated. They can put out a lot of damage and they go through blocks. So given the choice, I would just not. Alright, 200 is all you need for a hollow biome. Get a little bit extra just in case. But... Frostwings also really RNG? Not really. Especially if you have a couple luck bonuses, the odds of hitting an ice feather are pretty high. Luck bonuses really heavily affect the ice feather because it's a 1 in 3 drop rate. And you can usually get 3 or 4 golems per blizzard. It's pretty likely that you'll get an ice feather if you, at the start of a blizzard, go to the ice biome. Yeah, so the best way to farm for pixie wings, or rather, the easiest way, I won't necessarily say best, because you can make very optimized farms, is literally just to, like, bridge into the sky. You know what, I'll just do it at this ocean. I'm gonna go out of the point where it counts as... I'm gonna go here, and we're just gonna make a literal line of pearlstone. Until it counts as a hollow. It's gonna go off screen so enemies can spawn there. We are also going to build up a wall so that enemies don't get knocked off the platform. Now, nighttime's not really an ideal time to be doing this because gastropods can spawn, and gastropods are a little bit dangerous. Usually something you'd rather avoid if you can. But yeah, if we just sit right here, I'm gonna extend this wall upward a tiny bit. I'm also gonna go ahead and get a platform so we can put down a water candle. We can just sit here and shoot the pixies. It takes very little time to set up. It takes very little effort to set up. I'm gonna go back home and get a water candle and battle potion to make this a bit faster. Note that luck will not really do anything here because... do I already have battle potions? Yeah, I do. Pixie drops are a guaranteed... Or pixie dust is a guaranteed drop, so... Doesn't do a whole lot. We can protect ourselves from below just in case any enemy spawns down there and wants to follow me. I think ideally we would have made this a little bit higher. I think I hear some enemies splashing around in water down there. I guess I'll put down pixie dust just for other stuff. This gets a lot better during the daytime, but... Because then you don't have gastropods, but... All the wing components are dumb and rare, and you lose it once and never get them when you want them, but when you're making Planetary Wing, you get like 20 moth dust, yeah. Well, that is the one very nice thing about pixie wings, fairy wings, is you can shimmer them later, and then you just get 99 pixie dust, which you can use for greater healing potions. They're actually useful, so... Well, hey, the wing materials from Pumpkin and Frost Moon are pretty good. But yeah, the vanities, the solar eclipse is awful for that, too many captions. It's the one thing I dread about every solar eclipse is just sitting there and combing through all, like, the blood-stained aprons and the Dr. Manfly coats and all that random crap that clutters up your inventory. You just grind out the souls of light/night for angel or demon wings. So the thing with that, Callisto, is angel and demon wings are actually worse than Harpy, Pixie, or Frost wings. They don't have as much flight time. I think they're a little bit slower. So while they can be a very easy option, it's also pretty easy to get pixie wings. Like, literally just do this. It takes, like, maybe 10 minutes. And we started at night. If we started by the daytime, it would be way better. You can see how many of these spawns are gastropods, and you can imagine that if those were pixies, this would be a lot faster. It's a 1 in 70 chance for every quest, Galaxy Studios, but keep in mind that the chances increase the more quests that you've done. So instead of 1 in 70, it'll probably more like, you know, 1 in 65 or 1 in 60. Took you until the beginning of your third eclipse to get a broken hero sword? Jeez. Alright, well, it's almost morning, so that's nice. Tried Angel once for an early Duke fight and you didn't like the lower ascension speed and fight time. Oh yeah, Angel Wings for a Duke fight would be quite awkward with bad ascension speed. You could buff it, but Yeah. Pixie wings are the manliest you can get. I disagree. Have you seen Senx's wings in the dev set? Those give off a strong masculine energy. Like one Mothron to spawn during the second eclipse? That's awful RNG. Jeez. Oh, I also hate the fact that Mothron and Dr. Manflies have the same damage noise. I know there was one challenge in particular. It was... what was it? I think it was permanent brain suckler blindness. Where it was difficult for me to tell if there was a Mothron, because I think Izor out-prioritizes Mothron on the Lifeform Analyzer, and you can't use the damage noise, because it's the exact same as the Dr. Manfly one. So Mothron would just appear. You couldn't see it on the damage, or on the Lifeform Analyzer because of, Izor's, and you couldn't use damage sounds because of the Dr. Manflies. And one Frost Moon to get to North Pole, yeah. By the way, if you're in hardcore, don't do Frost Moon. Just don't. Just don't. Knowing what fights to take, you win 100% of the fights that you don't take when your goal is to stay alive. And if you don't need to fight something, don't. And you don't need to fight Frost Moon. You don't need to fight Frost Moon. Frost Moon is so fucking brutal. Hardcore router for Golem was Empress into Betsy, into Fishron, into Cultist. Betsy's not a bad option. If you have the means to clear the Old One's army comfortably, it's fairly safe because you can bail on the fight pretty easily, and there's not really stuff that'll kill you in one hit there. But I'm also not a huge fan of doing tier 3 Old One's army, because I don't usually like grinding the earlier tiers to have an on-tier staff, and especially if you're in Legendary. I like it a lot less in Legendary, because a lot more stuff can one-shot you. There's Expert mode? Oh. Okay, well now it's daytime, so we can actually see how this is supposed to work. I'm gonna go ahead and start picking this stuff up. You can already see how many pixies there are. And just this one night, we're already at 51. That's half the dust. And now that it's actually daytime, you can see it's just a non-stop stream of pixies. There are plenty of ways you can improve the efficiency of this, but you don't really need to. It's very quick to set up. It's very quick to get pixie dust. It's just a safe, simple option. You can keep using the Phoenix Blaster with exploding bullets. You can easily skip Solar Eclipse, Frost Pumpkin, Motions without regrets. Yeah, I mean, there have been plenty of times. Honestly, I think the safest line, especially in like Legendary mode or something, if you're really not confident about any post-Golem content, is just to immediately do the Cultist. The Cultist, as long as you avoid the clones, is very, very safe as a boss fight. He doesn't deal that much damage as long as you avoid his like 2 phase 2 attacks that do a lot of damage. And you can take it slow very comfortably, and then you can just kill the pillars, get a pillar weapon. And then if you want, like, Soaring Insignia or, Trip Shuffle or something, you can just then go kill them with the pillar weapon. I think that's the usual line I would do in, like, Get Fixed Boy hardcore things. I remember Alright, 50 pixies is, on average, enough pixie dust. So we'll see if this is enough. Yeah. That was very, very fast, and we have enough pixie dust for wings. Now comes the part where we actually have to kill wyverns. This is potentially quite dangerous. Now, a Phoenix Blaster with exploding bullets, again, fantastic at wyverns because it has crowd control. But you should keep in mind that wyverns do deal a lot of damage. As long as you have some mobility, I think I'm actually going to get a swiftness potion. Actually, I can't get a swiftness potion. That's fine. I'll get a speed buff from potato chips. That's okay. Let me also go to the Dryad and buy some pumpkins to plant for buffs. The only thing that makes me a little bit hesitant about Wyverns is the fact that I only have a cloud in a bottle. It's not a great buff. Usually you kind of jump over Wyverns, but the cloud in a bottle jump isn't that great. I have Spectre Boots to complement it. I should be perfectly fine, but I want to err on the side of caution just in case something happens. Now, I do have an escape route, even though I'm near spawn. If a Wyvern shows up and I cannot deal with it, honestly, if a Wyvern... I think the general rule of thumb I'll use is half HP, no potion, go home. If a Wyvern's here, and I drop to low HP, and my potion's on cooldown, you know, it hits me probably twice for that to happen, I'm just gonna leave. I can get another Wyvern. They're not rare. It takes, like... in fact, it's hard to stop them from showing up for a lot of the game. So I have my magic conch and my hotbar, so that if I need to, I can just immediately leave. Now, it's daytime. We do have to be a little careful of harpies. We do have fall damage immunity from our horseshoe balloon, so we can just fall straight down. The slime mount can be quite nice for this, because it allows you to fall a bit faster. Sometimes Wyverns can fall a bit faster than you can, depending on how slow you were and the angle you're going at. Because pretend I don't want them to show up, yeah. You know that Wyverns can spawn if harpies start showing up. Now, I'm actually going to stop before getting to the low gravity part of space. I want to be able to fall and start falling at maximum speed. Now, we have good defense, so these harpies really don't do much damage. There are quite a lot of them. We don't want to underestimate them. Look at the harpies, but you're mostly looking at the sides of the screen to see if a Wyvern is coming towards you. Yeah, there's the Wyvern. They can... He's following me. I don't have to worry about that. Don't ever concern yourself with thinking that a Wyvern despawned. He didn't. If you're in a situation like this, if you run horizontally, you can bait the Wyvern like this. The one thing to remember about Wyverns is that they cannot turn very well. As long as you are going at roughly a right angle to where their head is, they can't follow you. So in a situation like this, you can loop them back and forth by just running and then jumping. If one is coming at you like this, what you can do is jump a little bit. Right, so it's coming like this. You might not feel comfortable jumping fully over it. And it might connect with you here. You jump a little bit, it's going to turn to start following you, and then you just stay where you are. And it'll kind of turn and curve upward. We did that during that fight. You can rewind it and watch if you weren't sure what I'm talking about. But just remember, they can't turn well. You want to put yourself in a spot where they just can't pursue you. The only thing you don't want to do is move where its head is facing. And also, you know, low gravity can be a bit awkward, or if you just don't have good mobility. Oh. Speaking of slimes getting thrown at us, we were ranting about that during the first day. Yeah. Especially with how much defense I have, do not get distracted by harpies. They're going to come in. They're not going to do much damage to you. Don't pay attention to them. Literally, roughly look at them, but just look at the edge of the screen. The second a Wyvern shows up, you want to concern yourself with them. So to talk a bit more about what I was talking about, like here, you can do something like that. That was a little bit close. I was a bit slow with it. You kind of want to run towards the Wyvern. It's scary to do, but if you run towards the Wyvern, they're not going to be able to follow you very well. Ideally, you don't run into them, but remember, anything that isn't their head isn't going to do a lot of damage. What you don't want to do is run away from the Wyvern so that they position themselves like this. Now, you can still jump over them, depending on the exact angle. Sometimes it can be bad. But if I'm running like this, this can be a bit dicey. If I jump here, the Wyvern, if I jump too high, then the Wyvern might turn into me. So ideally, I go towards the Wyvern. Wyverns are very predictable, yeah, but they can also be very scary, especially if you're not expecting them to show up. But remember that turning is their weakness, and if you go towards them, they will not be able to fight you very effectively. We can get rid of this ancient chisel now. We don't need it. I'm not going to spend very much money reforging my wings. Getting a good reforge is nice, but wings are very expensive, and you swap them out very quickly, so it's not worth dumping all of my cash on some wings. Yeah. Now, that is true for wyverns. That is not necessarily true for the wyvern's bigger, meaner cousins, blood eels and phantasmal dragons. Blood eels can turn better than wyverns, but they still can't turn that well. You want to make perpendicular movements to them, but you need to be a bit faster than with a wyvern. But they can be dodged in much of the same way. Phantasmal dragons, they can turn on a dime. Don't fuck with phantasmal dragons. You cannot bait them like that. They can follow you very easily. And crawltipedes can, like, do full 360 drifting and turning from any direction. You can't bait them. What is a blood eel? Blood moon enemy you fish up. They drop the drip blue crippler. You don't do shimmer reforge? It's very slow to shimmer reforge. I have better things to do with my time. You know, I got like 3 characters to do here. At this point, is there anything else we want to do before we start fighting the mech bosses? I mean, we need to get Souls of Light, obviously. This wouldn't be a tonight deal, but maybe make some greater healing potions. We actually have the materials for it. We can make greater healing potions right now. I'll probably do that before the mech bosses. We need a little more pixie dust to do that consistently, so maybe I'll start getting a little bit more pixie dust. First weapon. I have a weapon. The Phoenix Blaster, I'm pretty sure performs comparably to, like, you know, high tier orb repeaters. Well, with proper setup, and things. Like, Phoenix Blaster is fine, especially on twins. I feel supremely comfortable fighting the twins with a Phoenix Blaster. Isn't Dart Pistol / Rifle very easy to get? No, it's actually very slow to get those. The problem is they're a 1 in 5 drop from Crimson Mimics, which with bad RNG can take a very long time to get. They're not bad. A consistent option would be probably getting the Onyx Blaster. Now, Dart Pistol's not bad, don't get me wrong, but, you know, 1 in 5 drop from an enemy that's not easy to summon isn't the best situation to be in. We don't need that much pixie dust, we're just getting a couple of greater healing potions. We do need to farm souls in order to make the summons, because we actually don't have any summons right now. So, the easiest way to get souls is literally just to go to the Underworld, which I will just go do right now, because, you know, why not? I'm gonna get those battle potions, and I'm gonna go ahead and take my water candle that I put in the sky, just so when I'm fighting mech bosses, I don't have increased spawn rates. I don't want to have a wyvern show up. I'm gonna teleport just so a wyvern doesn't show up. You come down here to the Underworld. This is particularly pre-mech. Once you've killed a mech boss, stay the fuck away from the Underworld. But before you've killed a mech boss, this counts as the underground hollow. So if I sit here and kill these Underworld enemies, who are very weak, these are the pre-hard mode enemies, they drop Souls of Light. There are plenty of ways to improve the efficiency of this, but as you can see, I'm getting plenty of enemies here. This is just a straight bridge. It's best in areas that don't have houses, but that's, you know, kind of RNG, whether or not this spot that gets hollowed has houses or not. And there's a Mimic there. Regular Mimic. If a biome Mimic did show up, we could kill it very easily, because if you just run in a straight line, they're very weak to that. Sit here, and 9 souls is what you need for 1 of each summon. Obviously, you might want souls for other things, weapon crafts, keys to fight mimics. Yeah. Very easy way to fight large numbers of enemies that can drop Souls of Light, and you're very safe. You can see these enemies do almost no damage to me. Now, some hollowed enemies can show up, so I should be careful about them. I should prioritize them if I see them. But yeah. Very safe, easy and consistent way to get Souls of Light in an area that you have access to. You would have made an area like this just for fighting the Wall of Flesh. So I did Phoenix Blaster only play. You just finished one yourself. Yeah, dude, the Phoenix Blaster is awesome. I love the Phoenix Blaster. Yeah, we already have enough souls for all of the summons. At least as far as Souls of Light. Now, I can just walk to the side and go do it in the Crimson. It's 5 feet to the left. Right here. Go ahead and put down a water candle. And, yeah. Now, this spot is a little bit less optimal because there are spots down here where enemies will get stuck. But, honestly, it's so fast getting souls like this that you don't need to worry about it. Now, obviously, if you need a lot of souls, like, let's say you really want Flesh Knuckles, and you need multiple copies of Flesh Knuckles, you're going to need to kill a lot of Crimson Mimics, realistically, to get that. So you might want to build something that's a little bit more efficient than just sitting down here with a gun for a while. But I think for 90% of players, this is very safe, very easy, and very consistent. Oh, well, that's a load off my mind, Wrath. Congratulations on finishing your essay. Yeah. Now, I will say, this only works pre-mech. Once you kill a mech boss, the Underworld starts spawning lava bats and, more importantly, red devils. Stay the hell away from the Underworld when red devils start showing up. They are one of the most dangerous enemies in the game. They look very unassuming. They are basically just hard mode demons. They fire a slow-moving projectile, 6 of them, in a straight line. They're very easy to dodge. Those projectiles deal 500 damage. They can very easily one-shot you. If you are missing a little bit of HP, they can very easily kill you in... Is that a mimic? I think that's a... That's a mimic, right? I genuinely can't tell. Hold on. Yeah, it is. It was a very real-looking mimic. Yeah, like, if you don't get hit by them, that's great. But it is incredibly easy to just look away from your screen for a second, and then you're dead, because a red devil shot you from off screen. Or, you know, you slightly mess up your dodge, and you're dead, because the red devil does 500 damage. Anything that deals that much damage attached to a projectile, you should be extremely careful of. And red devils are the poster child of that. There's also no reason to really go to the Underworld after a mech boss. They do drop, I mean, you go there for red devils, they drop unholy tridents and fire feathers, and those are both great, well, good items, but just don't risk it. Like, stay away from them. They're very, very dangerous, and it's better to just look for other options elsewhere from enemies that don't deal 500 damage on a projectile. No, I haven't, yes. And I can imagine what it's like, though. Sounds cool. Yeah, so if you're going to do this, make sure you do it pre-mech. Once you kill a mech, find some other way to farm Souls of Light and Night. Mushroom biomes near infected areas can be good because they're kind of similar, where you have large amounts of enemies in an open area spawning that you can kill pretty quickly. We're done here. We did get a cross necklace, which... I find it serves a similar role to the Ankh Shield. Oh, well, Cobalt Shield, Obsidian Shield, anything that gives a knockback immunity. You recently talked about a few people about the most common cause of hardcore deaths. You came to an agreement on what the most common death source was. Your thoughts? Probably traps. The number of players that die to traps, I think, is staggeringly high. I think traps also play right into the main thing that kills hardcore players as a concept, which is complacency. And not fully realizing how much danger you're in. Because traps are just hidden everywhere and can potentially insta-kill you even late in the game. You landed on fall damage? I don't think fall damage is that deadly. Your best hardcore run, you died to a jellyfish. Reflect. Yeah, I mean, I think the things that mostly kill you in hardcore are things that you don't know about or don't know are dangerous. And, I mean, you might forget about fall damage, but I'm pretty sure... I think Tinker's Workshop is down here. What does jellyfish reflect? When a jellyfish is doing its electrocution attack, if you hit it with a melee weapon during that time, it will deal damage to you. Let's see. Honestly, in this situation, I think I swapped Brain of Confusion. Magiluminescence, I kind of like for having, I guess, the twins specifically. I'd probably ditch it for later fights, but I kind of like having that horizontal speed for Retinator's second phase. I think it can make that a bit more comfortable. And... yeah. Whips also get reflected. I didn't know that. Your worst was to a Pigvon? Pigvons can be dangerous. They're sneaky bastards. Oh yeah, Crimson Jellyfish are evil. They move so quickly. Okay. I think we're ready for the twins. It's, of course, I'm not going to fight the twins at 12:41 a.m. with an arena like this. I'm going to expand my arena. This is a very important thing to do. When you start fighting the mechanical bosses, whatever your pre-hard mode arena was, make it bigger. You're going to need more space. You've never seen a Pigvon in the wild? You need your ice biome to be corrupted or crimsoned, and you need to go there in hard mode, which honestly not a lot of players do. But they're not terribly rare in that biome. I think they're mostly dangerous if you're playing without audio or aren't listening that carefully. Okay. This is more than enough space. We're good. Oh, one thing you probably see me do a lot, which I think is worth calling attention to, is... with fighter enemies on platforms, I will oftentimes just dip down and then jump up. That makes the fighter enemy fall to the platform beneath me, and essentially lets me just get rid of them. I don't have to worry about them when they're gone. Would I rather be a fish or not be a fish? I'd rather not be a fish. Fish can't breathe air, and air is kind of cool. Like this, I don't have to kill those guys. I can just drop them. I don't normally watch Terraria content, to be honest. You always figure it out yourself. Keeps you away from spoilers, meta toxicity. That's fair. Does Terraria was a meta? Meta? It was. It was a meta. Forgot there was a lungfish. I saw lungs the other day. I did my first, like, live mouse dissection in lab. Which is hard, by the way. I wasn't expecting to be doing it. I just kind of showed up to my lab, and my lab supervisor was like, "These are the mice we're working with," and there was just kind of the growing realization that, oh, okay, we're dissecting mice. You know, you take the mice off the rack, and the mice are no longer being paid for to be housed. Yeah, I got to watch my supervisor cut open a mouse, and the whole thing is you're cutting open the mouse to pump its heart full of formaldehyde so that its brain is encased in formaldehyde to preserve it, to make it easier to analyze, because there's a lot of, you know, molecules in blood that can mess with imaging, and it'll release cytokines and stuff when you try to take the brain out. Yeah, that was fun. What am I studying? I'm a neuroscientist. Well, studying neuroscience. Prospective neuroscientist? Budding neuroscientist? Oh, hello, Wyvern. You look at the whole dissecting animals thing, which is a TV show trope. Doesn't seem unusual for anything biology related. I'm not sure if dissection is necessarily the right word. We basically, I guess you vivisect the mouse and then kind of work your way up to its heart. But yeah, I mean if you're studying a mouse brain, a lot of animal research doesn't need to look at like the mouse organs. A lot of times it'll just be like, you know, you're taking blood from mice and just looking at, you know, like antibodies in blood. But when you're studying neuroscience, you kind of need to look at like the brain of the animal, and it's hard to do that when the animal is alive. Now you have like MRI scans and stuff like that, but with how small a mouse is and how expensive MRIs are, it just doesn't really make sense to, you know, give a mouse an MRI. You give it like a primate an MRI or stuff like that, but not really mice. What does vivisect mean? It's like a dissection for a living animal, at least alive when you started. Right, I have hunter potions. Let's remember that. Do you burrito wrap mice? No. One thing that I did find kind of funny is my supervisor is Japanese, and Japanese people have a lot of like expressions they'll do, just like noises they'll make and things like that. One of them is like yosh, right? Like yeah, or like here we go, or like, you know, something like that. And like you see it a lot in like anime or from like VTubers or something. Is like oh yeah, we just did something good. And there was something very funny to me about my lab supervisor doing that when he like cut the head off a mouse. Vivisect is a fancy scientific way of saying torture. No, it's not torture. The mice are anesthetized. In fact, if you were to do that to a live mouse, I am pretty sure that you would be fired from your job. And no reputable lab would allow you to work in a environment where you did that to a, sorry, not a live mouse, an awake mouse. But you have to do it to a live mouse because, the whole goal is to encase the brain in formaldehyde. Yeah, it'd be really hard if it was moving. You need to encase the brain in formaldehyde, and replace the blood with formaldehyde, basically. And you do that by taking advantage of, you know, the heart as a pump. What is anesthetized? That means that they were put to sleep, right? It means that the animal is like unconscious. And like when humans go under surgery, right? You don't just like, you don't just show up to the doctor and they just start cutting into you, right? They give you a medication, they put you to sleep, and then they, you know, cut open and do surgery on you. It's basically the same thing here, just with a mouse. Okay, we've got our greater healing potions, hunter, iron skin, regen, night owl. Get a food buff. What is formaldehyde? It's like a preservative that you use. If you ever seen like animals that are encased in jars, it's very common in science. Like if you're preserving a brain, or if you're preserving a specimen, you'll put it in a liquid called formaldehyde, which kind of prevents it from decomposing. What is a preservative? Do you know what, like, honey is? It's like honey. Like some crystal bullets. You know, I would not mind a little bit of ichor. I think I'm gonna swing down to the Underground Crimson and see if I can snag some ichor. In middle school, you had the opportunity to dissect a bovine brain, liver, eye, and heart. Brain was the most disgusting one, the way it dissolves after triggers something in you. Yeah, it's because the brain is, you know, largely water, so when it starts drying out, there's not a whole lot left. Yeah. I also just made that part up, honestly. I haven't actually seen a brain dissolve. I was just talking about it. I was lying. Could have been lying. Could have been right. Yeah, no. Brain's not mostly water. Well, depends on your definition of what brain is. I mean, there are parts of it that are heavy in water, but... White matter is very high in fat, because that's myelinated. Whips are affected by jellyfish electrocution. The wiki only lists melee weapons / tools. Yeah, Hunter Potion's nice here. We got hit by a floaty gross, but that's okay, because 1, we have healing potions, 2, we have Phoenix Blaster exploding bullets. Your goal doesn't have to be to never take damage. Taking damage can be fine. Just make sure that you understand when taking damage turns into a very dangerous situation and when it's something you can handle. She float on my gross till she float on my gross till I Phoenix Blast her? What are we looking for right now? I was gonna get some ichor for ichor bullets. Can be nice for the twin second phase, because you know, low base damage, or rather defense is gonna do a lot. In fact, I'm probably going to... This is a neat little trick. You can use a secondary weapon with ichor, like I'll probably make a bow or a repeater with ichor arrows. So I should be careful of the floaty gross here. I can see them coming. They can potentially make their way up to me, especially with the increased knockback. Now, ichor stickers cannot shoot straight upward like this, so we're safe as long as we stay up here. We don't want to open the area up. I'm going to move a little bit, reposition. Oh, other vitamins. Yeah. So what do you guys... I know a lot of people struggle a lot with early hard mode. What sorts of things do you usually struggle with? Is it, you know, enemies? Is it, just not knowing what to get or what path to take? Is it... just getting overwhelmed? What kind of, what usually leads to the trouble. Poor reaction speed. Biome spread stresses you out. Well, you can just do what I care and what I do and basically completely ignore it. Not care about it. Works pretty well. Crystals in here. Hard mode jungle? Well, we're gonna leave that until after the mech bosses. We have a little bit of time. Armor versus weapon priority. Well, just bring a Phoenix Blaster from pre-hard mode and prioritize getting armor with that. Struggle with the fact that you can die in seconds. Yeah, Cross Necklace can be really nice with that. It gives you a much longer grace period to recall in. And I also think Hunter Potions can be phenomenally impactful. And honestly, it can be worth spending time mining for a Shark statue just so that you can have unlimited Hunter Potions in hard mode. Because being able to see where enemies are is huge. I'm going to make a hard mode repeater just to have something to shoot my arrows from. Shaz, I hope you can find something good before you reach the evil biome of the jungle. Yeah, just collecting gear. Mining takes a long time. Can't decide if you want to get, for example, Dart Rifle or Onyx Blaster. I think mining takes a lot of time if you didn't prepare to mine quickly in pre-hard mode. But like, I mean, if you saw how quickly I was mining, I was done mining in 15 minutes with hard mode armor set, tier 3, right? If you've got good mining speed, you've got an Ancient Chisel, you've got Spelunker Potions to see where things are, you've got Mining Potions, you'll get stuff very quickly. As long as you've got a plan for it, I think you can get done with mining really quickly and be in a really good position when you finish. Let me see. Do I have any life crystals? Yeah, I do. I have to make the summon too. I have lenses. If I didn't have lenses, one thing you can do to make sure you have lenses to craft a mechanical eye is you can shimmer suspicious looking eyes for 6 lenses. You can also shimmer archery potions if you have a lot of those built up that you picked up in chests and you don't use bows. How'd I feel if they remove the Phoenix Blaster? I'd be a little upset, yeah. Best strat is using preparation to compensate for lack of innate ability. I mean, that's fine. Like I said, at the end of the day, in hardcore, your goal is to not die. Your goal is not to kill bosses. Your goal is not to make effective farms. Your goal is not to kill enemies. Your goal is literally just to not die. And if you don't die, you can figure out the rest as it happens. But if you do die, that's it. It's over. You failed your objective. Okay. Yeah, let me, get a bit of wood. Make a little campfire. You're too impulsive to play hardcore? That's fair. Yeah, it's very easy to get a bit reckless or impulsive and just throw everything away. Definitely not difficulty for everyone. I want my ranger emblem here. Speaking of which, I can actually reforge that. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my Magiluminescence because I actually kind of like the Magiluminescence for the twins. Next tier wings is Bat, Bee, Butterfly, Flame. What do you recommend out of these? Not Flame, because I do not suggest going to the Underworld in hardcore after killing a mech boss. If you get a solar eclipse, you know, it's fine to try to get bat wings, but I wouldn't try to get a solar eclipse to get bat wings. Basically, whichever one of those 3 you can get, you should get. All 3 of them are the sort of wings that you don't really go for. They just fall into your lap. If you see a moth in the jungle, you kill it. It's got a 50% chance to drop butterfly dust, higher with luck. If you are killing moss hornets in the jungle, there's a good chance you'll get a bee-wing. If you get one, you make bee-wings. If you get a solar eclipse, you can try to get bat wings. Failing those, you can, you know, buy a jetpack from the steampunk. Generally, if you want one of those wings, yeah, the jungle is the best place to go for them because both moths and moss hornets drop butterfly dust, or drop wing materials. So, you know, one of those two is pretty likely to happen. If you have a life form analyzer, it's very easy to find moths. They are not that rare. Okay. Well, let's go. Yeah, I definitely recommend you fight Spasmatism first. A lot of people struggle with the fact that Retinazer's lasers are very unpredictable and kind of difficult to avoid, but as you might notice, he's not really shooting that much, and that's because Retinazer needs to be within a certain distance in order to actually shoot you. If you are constantly flying, especially diagonally, Retinazer literally just won't shoot. And you can see most of this fight, I am just running away, and Retinazer is almost never attacking. That's a very easy way to prevent him from hitting you with his lasers, which are kind of just RNG. And if you are far away, then, you know, you can just avoid them. As long as you're not close, you're fine. If you are close, a little bit dicey. Yeah, it's on Master Mode. Yeah, doing this, you kind of just ignore Retinazer. He doesn't attack that much, and you just try to focus down Spasmatism. Now, I do like having the slime mount for Spasmatism. We don't have one. I'll drink a potion now. It's not really a big deal, but it can be very nice for his second phase to have a slime mount. Okay, I'm going to apply Ichor because his defense goes up here. And we do the same thing, except we stay even further away. He dashes 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait. My timing was a little bit off. This is fine. If I get hit again, I'm probably going to use my magic conch to go to the ocean. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We weave a little bit to the side. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Spasmatism goes in straight lines, so if you weave a little bit to the side, it can be pretty effective for avoiding him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now you want to be careful of his flamethrower when he comes off of his dash cooldown, because that can snipe you pretty easily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he should die this cycle. Spasmatism. Retinazer's blocking shots. And he's dead. Okay. And now we just have Retinazer. Individually, he's not very dangerous. You can do the same sort of thing where you just, you know, run away. Is every gun just a reskinned Phoenix Blaster? Yeah. Yeah. It's like that Calvin and Hobbes strip. There are only 2 ranged weapons. Phoenix Blaster and Molten Fury. Despite using arrows, the Marrow is actually a Phoenix Blaster. You most play melee, so you haven't tried staying out of the flamethrower's range. You can do it with Shadow Flame Knives, especially with melee speed, because those buff the range. But yeah, literally just stay away from the twins. And you're fine. You don't have to do fancy movements, you don't have to maneuver between them. Now, Retinazer's phase 2, I want to get rid of this Wandering Eye. You kind of want to run in straight lines like this. This is where I like Magic Luminescence, and then you fly in the air. I find to be a very consistent way of doing this. I'd like to go down a little bit, because up here, Wyverns could spawn. If I go a bit further down, I should be safe from Wyvern spawning. His lasers, these fast lasers do not deal much damage. These slow lasers do deal a lot of damage. So especially with high defense, you want to be very careful to avoid the slow lasers. Those ones, like, see 74 versus like 12 or however much the first one did. 14. You might not do a perfect job avoiding them. That's okay. That's what your defense is for. You can see, like, they're hitting me, but that's okay. They don't deal much damage. And yeah, they're done. And that took about half the night. One in hollowed bows. That's a solid haul. What is the rotted fork in my inventory for? Eating. You think I'm gonna eat with my hands? Could also get the underrated jetpack now, yeah. So an evil biome fishing weapons? Not really a fan. Crystal Serpent's okay. Other two are not very good. Yeah, next up, between Skeletron Prime and the Destroyer. They're both fine. I suppose I could fight the Destroyer because I don't have any bones. And I'd have to actually go get some. So we can do the Destroyer first. I think, especially if you're not doing the Destroyer as your first boss, we could also go like into the Mega Shark line, which is pretty popular. After the Destroyer. I'm gonna go ahead and buy illegal gunpowder now in preparation of making a Mega Shark. 6 Rotobro. I'm not gonna fight the Destroyer this coming night, but or this night, but we have the means to make the summon, and we can fight him the next coming night. Destroyer, great strategy is to just make a hollowed repeater and use unholy arrows. If you're not doing him as your first boss, then you can make a hollowed repeater. If not, you can use a high tier ore repeater to similar effects. Sighted is fine. I don't need to reforge this. Yeah, having some defense is nice. It can be nice to fight the Destroyer away from your spawn point. So I think I'm going to do that. I think I will. I am going to... There are a couple things I'm going to do. I'm going to move the nurse in to this house here. I am going to expand my Skeletron arena. Which is right there. And I'm going to fight the Destroyer there. If something goes wrong, if I take a lot of damage, I'm going to use my Magic Conch to go to this ocean. I'm going to sit here for a bit. The Destroyer is going to follow me. I'm not going to let him get to me. I'm going to go back to the other ocean. I'm going to heal with the nurse, and then I'm going to go back to the arena, because it's right there. We can use archery potions. I'm honestly not a huge fan of Inferno potions because of visual clutter. And you know what? Destroyer is a boss that a lot of people get kind of antsy about because he does have a very scary bite attack. He can do 420 damage with one bite. Now, after defense, that would be reduced to, let's say, 340, but with a high damage roll, he could potentially, I don't know if he could one-shot us here with a max damage roll, but he could very nearly do it. Oh, Optic Staff, actually. Did we get a black lens on this character? I think we did. We can also make an Optic Staff, which I'm actually quite a big fan of, especially for the Destroyer. It's only 2 lenses, not 3. And you know what? I'll do that. We can always shimmer it later. Optic Staff can be very nice. We can go ahead and use this Bewitching Table to get a second Optic Staff. Yeah, if you're playing as a summoner, I would suggest using the Optic Staff against the Destroyer. It's quite effective in this line. Mechanical Wheel Piece. Go get this Ancient Chisel in here. Does the teleporter trick despawn the balls? No, those will follow you too. Still need to deal with those. But it is an easy way to keep yourself alive. So where to find Shimmer consistently? Yeah, you can look at other stuff in your world that draws on the same information as the Shimmer, like the name of the guide when he first spawns or the color of dungeon brick. There are guides online for that. My method is usually just to go to the ocean and dig down, and that usually works well. At least on medium and small worlds. On larger worlds, it can be a little bit trickier. If you're on a large world, and you don't have great mining speed, it's might be worth looking into strategies to identify it through other information in the seed. But I don't really know that much about that because I just dig. I'm gonna buy some more planter boxes. Yeah, I would just look up a guide online. It'll be easier if you just find a guide online than people trying to explain it to you in chat, I feel like. Eventually found it spawned on the border of the world between the ocean. Yeah, sometimes the Shimmer location can really push the edge of the possible spawning areas. On the wiki, there's like the boxes that the Shimmer can spawn in. There's the... It tries to put the Shimmer here, and then the Shimmer can spawn here. And some of those can spawn here locations can be kind of wacky. Yeah, I don't think the Optic Staff needs a buff. I think it's quite solid. Actually, I think it's one of the better minions in the game, honestly. They removed its iframe issues. Why am I making an arena near the dungeon out the eye summons post Wall of Flesh? We're going to fight the Destroyer, and I think it's just good form not to fight the Destroyer near your NPCs, because he will just kill them, so... This is the next best place to put an arena. Plus, putting this near the ocean allows me to just magic conch if I need to get away from the Destroyer and then come back. Yeah, my favorite part of the Shimmer is how, in my first 1.4.4 playthrough, I literally just didn't find it. Because why the hell are you ever digging around in that part of the world? Cheese Destroyer. I'm going to teleport to the ocean when I'm low on health. No. I'm not going to intentionally teleport, like, set this up so that I'm going to teleport to the other ocean when I get on low HP to cheese the Destroyer. I'm using it as an option, as an escape plan, if I need to. Because the Destroyer is one of the bosses you cannot just teleport away to despawn. So it's always nice to have a backup plan when fighting him. Right, it's not that I want to teleport to the other ocean. I'd rather just kill the Destroyer. But if something goes wrong, it's always good to have an escape plan. I don't expect this building to catch on fire, but if the building does catch on fire, I want a fire alarm. And a fire extinguisher. And asbestos in the walls. Come on, give me those asbestos. Stop that fire. As the nurse at the ocean pylon? Yeah, I moved her in there. Well, she'll move in come nighttime, but... Yeah, we're not going to need the whole night for this, so we can go ahead and fast forward, teleport back. And yeah, you can see what I was saying about getting the melee head. Like, my damage on the twins was fine. Right, that's perfectly fine damage. And keep in mind, I'm not even using a hard mode weapon. Retinazer's lasers would have done 14 extra damage if they had hit me. Which, honestly, would have been pretty significant. That would have meant that the fast lasers were doing about twice as much damage. And I think his first phase lasers would have also done a similar amount of damage. So taking, you know, half as much damage from those particular attacks can be really impactful. Is Bastet always portrayed as an anthro, or can she be either anthro or a regular cat? I have no idea. You enjoyed fighting Destroyer with Cursed Flame Darts? Yeah, as far as general Destroyer strategy, you can try to insta-kill the Destroyer from the coil. If you know what you're doing, that's a great option. If you don't know what you're doing, that can very easily unleash a lot of probes on you. And those probes can kick your shit in. I think generally just playing the Destroyer fight slowly and going for probe management is the safest way to do it. If I consider a Dower of Power, I think any weapon that requires me to get close to an enemy is inferior to one that lets me attack it from a distance. Yeah, this stuff would all work in medium core too, of course. If I don't need to get near an enemy, why would I get near the enemy? Being near the enemy means I can take damage. But yeah, like I said, because the Destroyer deals so much damage with one hit, normally I wouldn't use a Life Force Potion, but I think, you know, as an example of an option, and just as a precaution, because we have them, we got them from Shadow Chests, might as well drink one. I'll need to drink them for some bosses, and I think the boss that's able to full shot, or one-shot me from full HP potentially, will no longer be able to do that if I have a Life Force Potion, so that's the value of it. Isn't the Flamethrower best for the twins and the Destroyer if you kill Skeletron Prime first? It's certainly not the best. I mean, it's a solid option. But I don't have gel. I mean, I guess I have 830 gel, but... Like, you know what else is good for the twins? The Phoenix Blaster. We're not... Okay. So, like I said, I'm playing for probe management here. The Phoenix Blast is actually quite good at probe management, that heavy knockback and the way they clump up. I'm going to go ahead and... I like turning on my map for the Destroyer. I find it helps out a lot. Yeah, the one downside to the Optic Staff is they are going to be causing a lot of probes to be released. Hello. I don't like him. I don't like him being here. Let's kill him. If you were in this situation, what I would recommend, honestly, teleport to the other ocean with your magic conch, despawn the Wyvern, and then come back. I'm not even looking at the screen. Honestly, I'm looking at my map. I'm keeping an eye on the Destroyer's head, because the one thing that can kill me in this fight is getting hit by the Destroyer's head, and I need to be sure that that doesn't happen. So I can get a heads up if I'm looking at the screen. You could also use an overlay like this, which makes it a lot easier to see. I don't like this overlay. I think it looks bad, to be blunt. So I'm just going to use the regular mini-map. But if you're really afraid about it, you can see the lasers with how much defense I have not doing that much damage to me. So that is a potential option. You want to keep moving. Because the lasers shoot at where you are, so as long as you keep moving, you'll usually be in a pretty good position. Like I said, name of the game is Probe Management. Once all these probes are gone, Destroyer's nearly harmless. You do not want to use up all of your flight dodging lasers. You want to make sure you always have some juice in case the Destroyer's coming at you and you can jump from his head. Is this a small world? No, this is a medium. Yeah, here we switch back to our... repeater. The repeater is better for killing the Destroyer itself. The Phoenix Blaster is better for the probes. Well, the Phoenix Blaster is better when there are large numbers of probes. When there's only one or two probes, the repeater's fine. Yeah. If a Wyvern ever shows up in a boss fight, you should always consider recalling. There is no shame from running away from a fight where a Wyvern is involved. They can really throw a wrench in your plans. Now, in that situation, I felt pretty confident dealing with the Wyvern. I have good piercing because we're fighting the Destroyer, so, you know, good piercing is a must anyways. And with this arena setup, the Destroyer doesn't really threaten me that much. I've also been managing the probes, so there weren't that many probes built up. But a Wyvern showing up at the wrong time can easily get you killed. You know, think you're fighting Duke Fishron's 3rd phase, a Wyvern shows up. You're fighting the Empress of Light, a Wyvern shows up. You're fighting the twins, Retinazer's 2nd phase, and a Wyvern shows up. That can be pretty bad, because that dodging is a lot more deliberate, and taking a lot of chip damage from his main lasers can really build up. Skeletron Prime, beginning of the fight, you get caught in a little bit of an awkward situation, Wyvern shows up, literally just leave. It can be good practice to basically do what I'm doing now and fight bosses away from your spawn point. This doesn't mean you have to fight them away from the center of the world. You can always set your spawn point somewhere else with a bed. But just so that you can leave if you need to leave. Right? Like, if I was fighting the twins and I didn't have a magic conch, and I was getting hit by spasmatism a couple times in the 2nd phase, right? Normally, I do that with a slime mount. I didn't have it there. So it was not quite what I was used to. So he hit me a couple times. And I dropped to kind of low HP. Not too low. It wasn't below my half HP, you know, benchmark that I set to recall. But it was kind of low. If he hit me a couple more times, and I didn't have a magic conch, and my spawn point was nearby, I cannot escape that fight. That's very dangerous. So that's really something you want to avoid, if you can. Okay. This is not enough for an armor set. But it is enough for us to get a mini shark. We will need to get a couple shark fins, but that's okay because we have a shark statue where we can easily get it. Let me go visit the mechanic. Buy a timer. Buy some wire. I like this slime mount because for Spasmatism 2nd phase, you can kind of just fly in the air and then use the slime mount to fall down. And you can avoid ever getting near Spasmatism in his 2nd phase like that. As long as you get the timing down. It's not a difficult timing, but if you have the resources, aren't Holy Arrows more optimal? For the Destroyer? No. Holy Arrows are actually quite bad for the Destroyer. They used to be very good back in 1.3, but they have been mega nerfed since 1.3. Back in 1.3, Holy Arrows pierced, and each of the falling stars did the full damage of the arrow. Now, Holy Arrows do not pierce, and they do 1/3 of the damage. So they're really quite bad, especially because you can't debuff the Destroyer's defense. Holy Arrows are actually better for enemies that you can debuff the defense of or have low defense innately, like twins. But no, they're not very good for the Destroyer. I think doing Empress skip progression like people do with Duke is feasible. I mean, the Empress isn't really available. Do you mean like if the Empress was available from the start of pre-hard mode? No, I think Duke Fishron would be easier to progression skip than the Empress. I don't think people would be jumping at the opportunity to do the Empress instead. Empress has a stricter time limit, so it's kind of hard to get enough damage to kill her with early hard mode weapons. And, like, dodging the Empress with early hard mode mobility is a lot harder than dodging Duke Fishron with early hard mode mobility, in my opinion. Yes, she's more... Well, I wouldn't even say she's more consistent. But... they're both completely consistent, but... yes, she's very manageable if you know what you're doing, but I think would be a lot more difficult. Stormbow and Shimmer Arrows is a great choice. Yeah, Stormbow in general is quite solid. Just I wouldn't pair it with Holy Arrows for the Destroyer. So at this point, I feel comfortable upgrading from the Phoenix Blaster, right? I'm going to go ahead and retire it for now. I think the Mega Shark, very solid. I'm going to use this for Skeletron. And potentially Plantera beyond it. What I am going to do is... Actually, do I even care about getting more Ichor? I was going to say I can make Ichor bullets, but if I have these Ichor arrows, where did I put those? I might have gotten rid of the Ichor arrows. I may be stupid. No, they're in here. Yeah, if I have these, then I can apply Ichor and then just use crystal bullets, which is quite solid. Yeah, we'll fight the Destroyer this coming night. We need to get a couple more bones, though. Empress has a time limit and is a lot harder to dodge with medium mobility. Oh, yeah, I was thinking of the Blood Rainbow Neophyte. The Blood Rainbow with Shimmer Arrows can be quite nice, because Shimmer Arrows have high base damage, and the Blood Rainbow overrides Arrow type. Well, strictly speaking, the Empress doesn't have a time limit. She just has a instant death limit if you don't meet the time limit. So your opinion on Ichor versus Cursed Flames? They do different things better. Generally, I'd prefer Ichor because I think it has a lot more interactions that are helpful than Cursed Flames. That's a spike ball. Yeah, usually I keep my minimap off screen unless I'm fighting a boss where I want to keep track of enemies. Yeah. Don't make the mistake of thinking that because the Mega Shark is something that some people glaze well beyond its relevant point in progression that the weapon is bad. It's quite a good weapon. And it's very easy to make, especially if you have a shark statue. It can be well worth using. And it's a very consistent way to fight the other mech bosses. How many bones do we have? 43? That's enough. It's only like 30. I think you can... I forget. Does Strange Brew iframes allow you to avoid an Empress of Light daytime hit? I forget if the Strange Brew iframes do that or not. I know there's something weird that they do with letting you avoid damage, but... Struggle with Master Mode. Is Mini Shark still good versus Skeletron? Yeah, the Mini Shark is fine against Skeletron. If you use it, I would recommend using Meteor Bullets or upgrading to Silver or Tungsten Bullets. Make sure you take out the hands first. Personally, if you struggle against Skeletron, my recommendation would be... Daytime Empress, I don't think ignores invulnerability. I think she has her own iframes. She certainly doesn't ignore invulnerability because you have spawn invulnerability, but I think she just has her own unique iframes. I'm pretty sure the Moonlord shares those iframes, and you can iframe the Daytime Empress of Light by staying in the Moonlord socket. But I think the Strange Brew might give you all types of iframes or something like that. Like I think there's something weird with the Strange Brew. I'm not certain. Problem is, it only has a 60% chance to activate, so it's not really something you bank on anyways. But yeah, my suggestion would be if you really struggle with Skeletron, I think the Molten Fury is a fantastic weapon that's very easy to use, easy to get, and you can buy Unholy Arrows from the Arms Dealer at night after killing the evil boss. The other advantage of the Molten Fury is that it is incredible, probably the best weapon in pre-hard mode for dealing with the dungeon itself. The Molten Fury is fearsomely effective at dealing with dungeon enemies. We're doing Skeletron Prime next. We have the means to do that. So yeah, we can just fight him here. This is fine. 2v1 the Moon Lord and Empress of Light. It technically works. It technically works. Yeah, so, for Skeletron Prime, are Unholy Arrows better than Hellfire Arrows? In my opinion, yes. They have similar base damage. I think Hellfire is one higher, but it's very similar. The piercing of Unholy is really quite incredible. Ooh, yikes, this is expensive. Give me something that could... Hello? Something that gives damage. All damage inflicted by the Empress of Light's attacks will bypass other invincibility frames. The Empress of Light shares her invincibility frames with the Moon Lord. Iframes from the Moon Lord will prevent the Empress of Light from hitting you, and iframes from the Empress of Light will prevent the Moon Lord from hitting you. They both have iframe ignoring properties, but they share the same iframes. According to Wiki, Strange Brew is all types of iframes. See, that's what I thought. Same as Hollowed Armor, Black Belt, and Brand of Confusion. Well, I guess that's not great company to put it in. Doesn't Lacewing not spawn until the mech is dead? It's post-Plantera, yeah. This isn't possible. We were just, you know, theory crafting it as a... if it was available. Daytime Empress of Light ignores dodge effects. I don't know if that... I mean, she can't ignore all iframes, because she doesn't ignore spawn iframes, right? You have a moment after spawning where the Empress of Light won't instantly kill you. But yeah. There are two schools of thought when it comes to fighting Skeletron Prime. The first one is just go straight for his face. Ignore his hands, just do damage to the face. The second one is to kill the laser hand, and then just do damage to his face. It's never really worth killing his other hands. The only situations where I would kill them is if you don't have an option whether or not to kill them. Like if you're using a rainbow rod or something like that, you'll end up just killing the other hands incidentally, whether you try to or not. But if you have the option to, don't ever bother killing his Vice and Saw and Bomb hand. His laser hand, worth killing. Other ones, not worth it. Okay. Buff up. So I'll go ahead and show that off. I'll kill his laser hand. Skeletron Prime has very high defense when spinning, which is why I'm sure to use this Ichor. I want this to be one closer. His laser hand's in the top left. Because of that, dodging in his top left like this can be kind of awkward because it puts the laser hand very close to you. Ideally, you kind of jump in the air and fly circles around Skeletron Prime. You have a lot of vertical space. You should be pretty good. You pretty much just want to put distance between you and the laser hand, which means usually flying up to his right instead of his left works well because his laser hand is on the left. Yeah, like the twins, you kind of just stay away from him. If you've got good mobility, keep flying. You'll be pretty okay. He does speed up to catch you, and then as soon as he gets to you, he kind of stops. Right, you can see that happening here. What I've been doing when he's going down is... See, there's a laser hand. Hits you a couple times. Can be kind of scary. It's one of the reasons you want to try to get rid of it. It's not the easiest to avoid. Yeah, when he was flying downward at me, I know his momentum's going to stop, so I kind of sit there and jump with a double jump. And that lets his melee hands get underneath me. Yeah, this is where you do not want to be. That laser is kind of RNG whether or not it hits you, and when you're flying up with it that close to you, you can't really react to it. So ideally, when he's doing his spinning, you want to fly up to his right. What bullets do you recommend with Mega Shark for Plantera? Phase 1, Ichor. Phase 2, probably Crystal. Never use Chlorophyte for Plantera. 1, she's very easy to hit. 2, it'll, just home in on her tentacles in the second phase. Her tendrils. High Velocity can also be decent Phase 2. Her defense is low, so Crystal is pretty effective in her second phase. In her first phase, defense is high, so Ichor can be nice with a rapid hitting weapon like the Mega Shark. The best damage you can get in phase 1 would be applying Ichor from something else. That was a lot of damage we took from that bomb, because I was not paying that much attention, but it's okay. We're still above half HP with Potion not on cooldown. That's why we have that, HP benchmark. If I was below half HP, that means the bomb could potentially hurt quite hard. But I was above half HP, so the bomb wasn't going to kill me. And I can drink a potion, get above half HP, and then I put myself in a situation where I'm safe. Now the laser hand's dead. It hit me because I was looking at chat. Honestly, I wasn't even looking at the screen. What happens to Prime's hands when the sun rises? They go aggro mode. You'll notice when he starts spinning, his hands kind of go into overdrive. Pay attention here. Look at his bomb. It's not shooting much now. He spins now. And it's shooting a lot more bombs. I guess you can't really see it right now because it's spending time off screen. But they kind of have this enraged state when he's spinning. Where they attack you a lot more aggressively. They're permanently in that state when he's enraged. The laser fires non-stop, the bombs fire non-stop, and the melee hands attack you very aggressively. Do his hands get an enraged damage boost? No. No. His hands are fine. His hands will speed up to match his enraged speed, though, so they can move very quickly. Yeah, we did take a lot of damage during this fight. Honestly, it's just because I wasn't paying that much attention. But again, taking damage is fine. You can afford to get hit. You have HP, you have defense. That's why those are there. What's important is that you recognize when that situation turns into, I'm about to die. Or, if he hits me again, even if the situation is stable, I could die. And I think about half HP is that mark. I was above half HP. So I felt fine. If I fell below half HP, maybe I'll leave the fight, come back later. It's not hard to summon him again. The cross necklace helps out a lot with not panicking, because it means you can't get hit as frequently. Knockback immunity also helps. Would I recommend flying in a circle around Prime when he's flying about? When he's spinning, I usually just fly in the air, honestly. Usually you want to make, when he's spinning, you want to make distance from him because his laser hand is firing very aggressively. And when his laser hand is firing aggressively, the laser is usually the most dangerous part of the fight, unless you're not looking at the screen and get hit by a bomb twice. And just staying away from him helps with avoiding the lasers, I think. And I'm doing one of this world melee? No, I did not. So what do you guys think early hard mode ends? Do you think it's after the mechs or after Plantera? Do I answering questions about game? Yeah. Yeah, I answering questions about game. Mechs? Yeah, I feel like this is a very stable, I'd say, end of early hard mode. Personally, having not tried the other things I'm going to try with the other characters, having not even thought about things to have with the other characters, I think what I did here is the best strategy for early hard mode, consistently in hardcore. There were almost no situations where I felt like I was in danger. If there were situations where I felt like I was in danger, I had the tools to deal with them and keep myself safe. We were able to mine for ores quickly and efficiently. We were able to kill the mechs relatively quickly. It only took about 4 minutes per mech, 4 to 5 minutes. We did it safely. Any of the situations where we could have been in danger, we had a way out. The regular enemies didn't threaten us. We had hunter potions to detect them. We had the Phoenix Blaster with exploding bullets to keep them at bay. We had a plan for the pirate invasion if it showed up. I think that this is about the best way that you can approach early hard mode. This is how I would, if I was playing a casual hardcore run and I needed to succeed, this is what I would do. Now, it does, however, rely on a couple things. You need to have some amount of reaction time, and you need to be decent at fighting the twins and the other mechanical bosses with a not hard mode weapon, right? The Phoenix Blaster's not ideal. It's not the best option you're going to have. There are other weapons that will do way more damage. It's just good enough, and we had it, and I like the weapon, so we used it. People need to adapt any strategy to whatever works for them. Yeah, it's hard to say, use this exact thing, get this exact item, especially because in a lot of situations, you might not get that. Like, you might get here and not have great mining speed. Well, if you don't have great mining speed, it's going to be miserable trying to mine for a tier 3 hard mode or armor. You should go for tier 2, maybe tier 1, maybe go Queen Slime, whatever. If you create different worlds with the same character, like when you can't find something in another world, you mean, should we side worlds? It's up to you. You can do that. I'd say use whatever you'd like to do. Like, if you can't find an item in one world, making another world is an effective way of getting that item, depending on what the item is. Usually, the game gives you ways to get them in one world, like through fishing. There are plenty of players who will do that. Use other worlds. There are also a lot of players who won't do that, so... You know, there's nothing wrong with it. Just use whatever, whichever makes you happier. Is it cheating? No, I wouldn't say it's cheating. The game lets you do it. Okay. So, we have two characters here. This one has done almost no hard mode preparation. I'm pretty sure we, like... I rushed killing Eye of Cthulhu, then Eater of Worlds, then Skeletron. I got a Dark Lance from a Shadow Key after Skeletron. I used that Dark Lance to kill Queen Bee 10 times. Then I got a bunch of Beanades. And I used Beanades on the Wall of Flesh. This character is very little. This character has quite a lot, I think. We built a Plantera Arena already. I think we have a lot more items too. Do I ever have side worlds? I don't usually make side worlds, no. I usually, if I don't get an item, just play without it. I don't really get that attached to any particular item. Usually only do so if RNG is significantly in your favor, like when you get no rainstorm with a set of hard mode for several days or on a drunk world, you basically never get a meteor spawn. What is this? Oh, what is this talking about? Like, oh, like making a side world. I do a playthrough with former President Barack Obama. Yeah. Yeah, I'd do that. Let's do this one. So this character also only has a basic double jump, which is unfortunate. We have more preparation. So this character does have the same thing. We've got Phoenix Blaster. We've got Goat Skull, which is cool. One thing I did do for this character is I started doing the Old One's Army. And then realized that it was miserable. But I think I might do pre-mech Old One's Army to grind for enough stuff for late hard mode armor set, like Valhalla Knight or something. Because it's best to do that pre-mech, and it's pretty comfy. Tell you what, we have a spider cave anywhere? We could go for a summoner line for this character. Yeah, maybe we go for the summoner line. Now, personally, I do not suggest playing summoner for hardcore. It's a very squishy class. But you can build summoner to be pretty tanky. So we're going to go with more of a hybrid setup here. That balances having a lot of defense with having a good number of minions. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down and get the stuff for... Do I have a demolitionist? Where is he? I think it was at spawn. No? Jungle? Yeah, easier. How would you see that's fixing old one's army? I don't know. I'm still going to get exploding bullets from my Phoenix Blaster because I think one of the worst things you can do... I don't know, Firecracker? You don't need a Firecracker. One, I could get a Firecracker. Two, I don't need one. I think one of the worst things you can do in hardcore is, assuming that you are not trying to go for like a specific challenge, is convince yourself that you need to stick to one class. I can use a Spider Staff. I can use a Phoenix Blaster. I can use a Knight's Edge. I can use a Star Fury. I can use a Mega Shark. I can use a Klingo Staff. It is always better to have more options than fewer options. And as a result, it's always better to use like off-class weapons, right? I'm going to go ahead and drink the Hunter Potion and whatnot. Do I have a mechanical lens on this character? I actually don't have a mechanical lens on this character. I should buy a mechanical lens. Where's my mechanic? She's up in the sky. I'll buy a mechanical lens later. I'll be okay. Trump would put tariffs on the Moonlord? No, Trump would put tariffs on the NPCs and make all of the things you're buying cost more money. He's like an inverse tax collector. You don't have trade with the Moonlord. You do have trade with the NPCs. An accurate metaphor for what Trump is doing is literally just making all of the NPC things more expensive. For no gain. If you could recruit one boss as an NPC, who would you choose? I feel like the Lunatic Cultist is the only boss who even remotely fits as an NPC. The other ones are fucking huge. Hello, Waldo. Goodbye, Waldo. I assume the Lunatic Cultist would sell the Ancient Manipulator. Okay, we can be comfortable going into this spider nest because we know that there are no enemies here because we have a Hunter Potion. Now, if we did not have a Hunter Potion, we would want to be very careful here. Now, spiders are quite dangerous. I am just going to make a hole in the ground and shoot them. Don't even give the spiders the opportunity to attack you. You can do something like this. However, I believe the spiders can shoot me. Although maybe the exploding bullets from Phoenix Blaster will allow me to circumvent that. Yeah. Always engage enemies on your terms, not their terms. I feel like Queen Bee wouldn't sell honey-related animal items because she's not domesticated. If she's an NPC, I feel like the implication is that she's intelligent. I don't think you domesticate intelligent creatures. I think it'd probably be more like a B-movie thing, you know? Couldn't be won the lawsuit to prevent B stuff from being used. B goods. Why am I killing the spiders? Spider fangs. They let you craft a spider staff and spider armor. Now, we're not going to go full spider armor. I think it is reckless to do that. Okay. At this point, we've honestly probably killed enough spiders. Maybe I'll wait to get a banner. Yeah, that's what spiders can do. They can shoot you and web you, which is part of why you never want to be out in the open, because they, you know, essentially completely immobilize you. But you can attack them with blocks, so. Yeah, one of the other reasons that I think using the Phoenix Blaster against the Wall of Flesh is the best option is because you start hard mode with the Phoenix Blaster. And the Phoenix Blaster is really fucking good. This is a little bit dangerous, but I'm going to ignore my own advice. Just grab these. Okay. Now, the nice thing about spiders is you can craft them without a hard mode anvil. Spider armor, too. Now, I'm going to make spider breastplate and greaves. I am not going to make a headpiece. And instead, I'm going to mine for a tier 3 hard mode armor headpiece. Now, this gives me... what? 4 summon slots? 4 summon slots. That's plenty. Where's my shimmer? I don't have a shimmer pylon, but I do have NPCs there. This means I have significantly less mining to do, and the amount of defense I have will not be that much different from just wearing a tier 3 hard mode armor set. We have a little bit less, but if we have the melee head, that buffs us up quite a bit, which helps to avoid one of the main drawbacks of Summoner, which is the low defense, while not missing out on that much. We lose some base damage, and we lose 1 minion slot compared to the full spider armor set, but it's still pretty solid. Yeah, and whenever you get an emblem from the Wall of Flesh, you can just shimmer emblems into other emblems, so keep that in mind. You know, I'm also going to buy a crystal ball, literally just so I get 20 extra max mana for resummoning minions. Favorite hybrid set for this stage is tier 3 headpiece, Froster Forbidden Chest, and Spider Greaves. Yeah, that's not bad. I don't think I'm going to be able to get either of those, though. So I think Spider Breastplate looks fine. I don't really have a hard mode chest here, do I? I'll make this the hard mode chest. Okay. So, at this point, I am gonna go ahead and smash an altar, and we're gonna do a little bit of mining. Now, we actually don't have a molten pickaxe right now, which might seem like a problem. It's really not, because we can literally just go to the Underworld and blow up. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I can outright... Well... Yeah, I can outright just go and shimmer my Molten Fury. I don't need it anymore. To get 15 Hellstone, turn that into a Molten Pickaxe. Then we can go from there. What do you think about the Forbidden set? I have literally never used it. I have no opinions on it. We haven't had a rainstorm happen, so odds are we're just going to get Pixie Wings again. I don't think there's really another angle to consider for that one. Would I drink a sorbet or eat a cafe? Neither. I don't believe in eating. Ethically, I think it's wrong. Okay, yeah, let's go smash some altars. I think you'll definitely see I'm using the magic conch a lot, and I'm using a lot of the stuff I built up in pre-hard mode a lot. The potion buffs, the mining speed. I think your success in hard mode can really be dictated by how well you built all those up and use those. Now you'll notice I do not have a shark statue in this world. That makes it a little bit more dangerous. And I should be a bit more cautious. Yeah, I would say when you're choosing what items to use, always prioritize defense, and then if you don't want to go full defense, try to balance offensive bonuses by using the pieces that give you the best defense, and then using some of the pieces that give you the best offense. Like in this case, the spider head, pants, and legs all give roughly the same bonuses. But the headpiece for regular ore armors are way, way heavier on defense, comparatively. So just using one, ore headpiece gives you like 16, 17 extra defense compared to a spider helmet. And so you're balancing what you get. How do you feel about running Abigail's Flowers an early hard mode weapon? Meh. I'm not a huge fan, honestly. I'd probably rather have spiders. It's okay. But spiders are pretty cool. Okay. Now, we don't need that many ores, so we don't need to smash that many altars. Realistically, we just need... Oh yeah, this is the world... let me check which side has hollow and which side has corruption. This is the world that had the corruption, or the crimsons on both sides of spawn, which is very awkward. I genuinely have no idea. I assume this side got hit with crimson and it went to the crimson. I feel like I would have seen the hollow by now if the hollow half of the V came here, so... Yeah, this must have gotten crimson, because this is crimson mud. It wouldn't have spread this quickly. So it must have hit the jungle. That's okay. Okay, what was I doing? Mining, that's right. Yeah, so I do have a couple hunter potions. I have plenty of spelunker potions, and I have mining speed. Because I don't have that many hunter potions, I think I'm actually gonna use night owl potions to fulfill the same purpose and save my hunter potions for potentially useful stuff later. I do want mining potions. And yeah, I'm gonna take this Hellforge and Anvil with me. Just craft things on the fly, I think. Nope. Nope. Okay. Usually easier to find near the surface. Yeah, so I guess what could I do differently compared to how I did things in the first place? That might have some level of value. I mean, I'm using different weapons, but that's, you know, personal preference anyways. I feel like the wings that we got were the best thing. Couldn't a teleportation potion put you on an explosive trap? I don't believe they can put you on pressure plates and trigger them. Mech boss order? I'm gonna fight the mechs in the same fucking order. Like, as summoner, it always makes sense to fight the twins first, because that's how you get the optic staff. I mean, Yes, we could fight Queen Slime, but, like, why the fuck would I fight Queen Slime? That's such a terrible idea. That's such a terrible idea. From the perspective of, you know, trying to succeed, I think fighting Queen Slime is such a mistake. Shredder flame weapons or spell books. I mean, the problem is they're like, those are just random weapons, right? The weapon you use is gonna be whatever. I think you get Berserker's gloves and flesh knuckles. I think those are a waste of time, but there's something a person could do, I suppose. I mean, what are, you know, early hard mode strategies for hardcore? Let me consider those. You could immediately rush Duke Fishron. Terrible idea. From the perspective of hardcore. If you can immediately kill Duke Fishron, you're probably fine for the rest of hard mode anyways, and your average player is going to really struggle with that, so I think it's a bad idea. You can fish for ores. Also, I think a terrible idea. And I'm not going to do that because it's a waste of time. You can mine ores. You can skip ores. You can mine different levels of ores. Right now, we're kind of going on a mining light strategy. Twins underground versus air. Spiders work better on walls anyways. No, they don't. Spiders work way better against the twins in air than on walls. Spiders cling to enemies in the air quite effectively, but if they're on walls, they don't do it as well. Grind wall for goat skull specifically against queen slime. Yeah, I don't like. Yes, you can cheese queen slime pretty easily with goat skull or water or things like that. But like, why fight her when I can just kill the twins, right? What do I get out of it? Why? Is there a chance I die to Queen Slime? Yeah, sure, there's a chance to anything. Is there a chance I waste time to Queen Slime? 100%. Does Queen Slime give me anything? Not really. Blade Staff? But the Blade Staff isn't that good unless you're going heavy into whip stacking, and we're not. I would rather have the Optic Staff with minimal whip support. Or like Optic Staff and hold out a ranged weapon against the Destroyer than Blade Staff. Could do Dread Nautilus. That requires Blood Moon RNG. It's really inconsistent. Not a bad option though. I don't know. I struggle to come up with anything other than what I did that would be likely to be more effective, right? I feel like I have early hard mode strategy down really well, and I just don't know what else would be better. I don't think anything would. I genuinely don't. We don't have a hunter potion. I should stay away from there. Yeah, I think I'm basically going to do a very similar thing, just slightly modified, and reinforce that this is a very good, effective strategy. Which is, we have a Phoenix Blaster. We're reducing how much mining we're doing. By... using a hybrid spider set. Right, and our damage will probably be a bit higher, and our defense shouldn't be that much worse. All things considered. Never forget how you lost your first hardcore world, made it up to your first mech and beat it, went underground and got one tap by jellyfish self-reflect melee. Yeah, that's the hardcore experience. It's never the things that you think are going to kill you that are dangerous. It's the stuff that you didn't even know could kill you, or didn't think would be as dangerous as it was. Now, we really don't need much adamantite. We need, how much is it for a headpiece? 12? Is it 12, 18, 24? 32. Yeah, I think it's 12, 18, 24. So 12 times 4, that's 48. And then plus 30 for the forge. So I think we only need 78 adamantite, which is a lot less, and a lot more reasonable to get. I think. Yeah, jellyfish reduction is a fixed amount, or reflection. Now, I will say, one thing that I do think is quite overrated for hardcore is the frozen turtle shell. And the reason for that is pretty straightforward. I think if you fall below half HP and your potion is on cooldown and you can't heal, you should be leaving. You should be getting out of that situation. You should not be staying in the fight. And because of that, I don't think very highly of the frozen turtle shell, which only activates when you're below half HP. Please stop asking questions like that, Lucas Luxton. What did I say? It was 48 plus 30, 78. Yeah, that should be enough. I deal with gas traps. You can put honey on yourself. Too many captions. Yep, we're gonna make the melee head. This buffs us up to 61 defense. We get a little bit more. And now, you know, we're at a very comfortable HP value. Or defense value. Yep. I know how much ore I need. Double box. Okay, well, this is effective. Wings, I suppose. Once again, unfortunately, it is... Where's my pearl stone? Didn't I mine in the, underground hollow? I have some crystal shells. Maybe I didn't break any pearl stone. Maybe I didn't pick it up. Where is it? Just generally down there. We'll go over there. Okay. Great option when this happens. Literally just go underground. Leave. Don't fight the random spawn. I'm not ready for them. I don't have wings. Sure, I could drink gravitation potions and fight the twins off that, and there's a pretty good chance it would go fine, but why take that risk? Just come underground. I can sit here. I can farm souls. All you have to do is sit here until 8:52, in a minute or so. But I'm going to be here farming souls anyways, so. Now, we don't have any battle potions or water candles at the moment, and I don't really want to go back to the surface until after 9 o'clock, so. This was a very wide V. Very wide V. Now I'm actually going to be looking pretty carefully. The one thing that could get me killed here is if a voodoo demon spawns and my spiders kill it. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on the lifeform analyzer to see if a voodoo demon spawns. And if it does, I recall. By now it's past 8:52, so we're good. I think Deerclops is referred to as female within an item description in Don't Starve, which is where people get Deerclops being female from. Survivors call Deerclops both male and female, but the item descriptions, or like cosmetic skin descriptions, I think are written by a more omniscient narrator, and those refer to Deerclops as female. Although, to be fair, there are multiple Deerclops. It's possible some could be female, some other, some not. You're going to learn about strategies you're never going to use because you're deathly afraid of making a hardcore character. I mean, I think that's good. I think if you're afraid of making a hardcore character, you're more likely to be on edge and you're less likely to die on your hardcore character. I think what's dangerous is it's always complacency, overconfidence. It's when you start to lose focus and slip up a bit that you get in trouble. And don't get me wrong, it's happened to me. It's happened to me on stream, streaming this several times. I just am able to recognize what's happening quickly enough to avoid it. But yeah, 9 of each soul is sufficient to summon each mech once, so that's usually what I aim for. I don't have wings, but I do know I have fall damage immunity, so I'm not terribly concerned with falling there. I know there's nothing down here that can really threaten me. Well, unless a biome mimic or regular mimic spawned, but I can detect those on the life form analyzer, so. Is it possible for world to generate in such a way that you instantly die on spawning the world for the first time with such a fresh character? In a regular seed, no. In Get Fixed Boy, it is possible to have crispy honey spawn on the tiles that you spawn on. Now, that shouldn't instantly kill you unless your character only has 1 HP. But if you're slow to react, it's very plausible that it could kill you. And it's potentially even possible that it could leave a line that could be impossible to avoid dying to, because you take damage quite quickly in crispy honey. But in general circumstances, no. It's not possible for lava to spawn that high. It's not possible for a trap to spawn on the surface. There's not really any way that could occur. I need a watch? Nah, I'm good. I know what time it is. It's a blood moon. Don't you have iframes when logging in? Crispy honey is indirect damage. Mario Ruiz. It ignores iframes. It's a damage over time effect. I have no idea. Too many captions. So here, I'm going to cancel this spider buff because a voodoo demon just spawned in. I'm just going to resummon the spider up here. But... oh, one thing you can do in, well, at any point in time you're in the Underworld where you're concerned about potentially summoning the Wall of Flesh, literally just kill the guide. Kill the guide and make it so there's no house he can move into. If you do that, the Wall of Flesh cannot spawn. I've got enough Souls of Night. Off to get Souls of Light. Be very careful of Ichor stickers in open areas. Oh, thank you, Riffraff Games. You probably die instantly in a no traps world or a dynamite bunny or a tree dropping explosive. You mean for the worthy? Yeah. Yeah. Terraria summon experience. If your summon dismiss themselves 5 seconds after spawning. Okay. So this situation here, I feel pretty comfortable killing this Mimic. Giant open areas like a Wall of Flesh arena are very easy places to kill a Mimic. Basically, all that you're going to do is just run to the side. You should probably keep your minimap open so you can tell when you're going to run out, but literally just keep running to the side here, especially if you got like a Magiluminescence or something to give you a speed buff, and the Mimic will not be able to really catch you. Now, when it does that jump attack, if you are close to it, it's, you know, potentially feasible that it could catch you. But I don't want to be too far away because I want my spiders to attack it. Depending on the type of arena you built, you know, you might need to do some navigation. You might be able to just run in a straight line. If you get far enough away, it starts phasing through blocks, so it won't get caught anywhere. We're at the end now, so we can just go ahead and turn around. And then run back the other direction. Best case scenario, we get a Stormbow here. Worst case scenario, we still get some greater healing potions and money, so... Crystal Vial Shard. That's not very good. We don't really have much max mana. Yeah, if you can control the circumstances where you're fighting a biome mimic, great. You can basically just do that. If you can't control the circumstances, be very careful around them. You need a hard mode. What good first wings to get? Pixie wings. In fact, I will be showing how to get pixie wings consistently and easily in just a moment. So stay tuned for a sec, and I can show you a very easy way to get pixie wings without much danger. You're going to want a bunch of pearl stone, which you can get by, you know, digging in the hollow. Doing this, you can get enough pixie dust for pixie wings in probably, you know, 6 or 7 minutes. What if all weapons use mana? I think at that point you just make a new system for like cooldowns between attacks rather than piggybacking it all on mana. Terraria's mana system isn't very good to begin with. You know, I'm gonna use a potion of return here so I can get back easily. Yeah, so here we're gonna get some battle potions. We're gonna get a water candle. And we are going to go to somewhere that we don't care about. I'm gonna go to the right ocean. Build up in the air. Build a little platform here. You're gonna stand here. And make a platform. Put down your water candle. And then just use that pearl stone you got and make a bridge. Like this. You're going to want it to lead off screen. So that the enemies are going to spawn on this and they need to be off screen to spawn. So something like... right about this should be fine. Make a little backdrop. So that the enemies don't run off. You can already see we're starting to get pixies. Put down enough pearl stone so that the biome counts as a hollow. This will increase your spawn rates because the hollow has higher spawn rates than the surface. And then make a little wall here. You don't even need to make a wall here. Honestly, we can just sit here and then attack the pixies as they come. I'm going to drink a battle potion for even more spawn rates. Honestly, with my spiders, I don't even have to do anything. I can just sit here AFK. And yeah. Yeah, you're basically making your own biome. You're doing it up in the air so that the only place enemies can spawn is off to the right. They can't spawn down there because we're too far away from it. So that means that every single spawn is being redirected to right here. They're never going to spawn, you know, off to the side. And we can just sit there and attack them. When you get your first banner of about 50 pixies, that's usually your key to go pick stuff up. A pixie drops about 2 dust on average, so after killing 50, you'll usually have enough. Now, at nighttime, this is a lot less effective because gastropods start spawning, and they have lasers that can shoot you. You can make gastropods neutral by using the Royal Gel accessory from King Slime on expert mode, but it's better just to do it at daytime. You can also, like I said, make a little thing here, and then you can just like shoot them through a hole, and then gastropods can't shoot you, so it's safe to do it at night doing that. How worth it is farming Pirate Invasion to get the Black Spot mount? It is not worth farming Pirate Invasion to get the Black Spot mount. How long have I been playing Terraria? About 3 hours. If I could start hard mode with one pre-Plantera weapon, what would it be? Pre-Plantera? Well, yeah, I mean, you took the obvious answer, Phoenix Blaster, but accepting that one, I don't know, handgun? Because handgun can be very quickly upgraded into a Phoenix Blaster. Something effective for self-defense that can be used from stuff on the surface. Maybe a Qualified Shot Bow. Or a Rainbow Rod. Rainbow Rod's kind of useless until we get any more max mana, though. Any major weapon is. True Excalibur, also not bad. What bullets are these? You see it explode and you thought the only good bullets pre-hard mode was tungsten / silver? Well, we're in hard mode. These are exploding bullets. They explode. You can make them by buying empty bullet casings from the arms dealer in hard mode and from exploding dust from the demolitionist in hard mode, and then you combine them at a workbench to make exploding bullets. Pre-hard mode meteor bullets are quite good. So don't discount those. Drop rate for the giant Hopi feather is pretty generous. Isn't it like 1 in 200 icicles? Or do they buff it? If you kill multiple lace wings or throw a voodoo doll with a wild flesh act where you get 2 bosses, no. If you throw multiple voodoo dolls in the lava, then you just kill multiple NPCs, but you'll only get 1 wall of flesh. And you cannot summon a boss while that boss is alive. There are a couple bosses that you can summon multiple copies of. If you break a bee larva while Queen Bee is alive, you can get multiple Queen Bees that way. If you use an Eye of Cthulhu summon when an Eye of Cthulhu is set to naturally spawn, you can get 2 Eyes of Cthulhu that way. That does not work with any of the mech bosses. It only works on the Eye. If you... I'm not sure about Plantera. I don't think I've actually tried to break a Plantera bulb while Plantera's alive. I don't actually know what happens there. So this is a little awkward. I think we'll be okay. Wyverns can't spawn new NPCs, so if I go up here, it's possible that Wyverns might not be able to spawn because of the guide, but I think if I stay low enough, it'll be good. Can mobs spawn on planter boxes? Yep, they're treated the same as platforms. Okay, we know Wyverns can spawn here, because Harpies can spawn here. What's your favorite armor set bonus? See a Wyvern, fall down. Perpendicular lines. Run towards the Wyvern. And you can just kind of make loop-to-loops. Here, I'm going to come down here as soon as it comes for me. Can't track me very well. Same thing again. They should change it to allow multiple bosses at once. You can always use like console commands on a server or something if you really want them. Well, you can always just change to the expert tab to see if the drop rate is changed in expert mode. Not all drop rates are changed on expert mode. See Wyvern, run away. What weapon did I get from Wall of Flash? I think Clockwork Assault Rifle. I just didn't really care. Yeah, I think you can summon multiple Duke Fish from the Truffle Worms. I think that's one of the exceptions. With some exploits. Okay, well, we've got our Souls of Flight, and we've got our Pixie Dust, so we go ahead and craft Fairy Wings. And, what? That took... We started at, what, like 5 o'clock? It's probably like 2 in the afternoon, so that took, like, what, like 7 minutes? Very, very quick. And now we've got wings. And, yeah. I think we're about ready to start fighting the mech bosses. We maybe do a little bit of reforging, but... here we do not have lenses. So, I'm going to go ahead and shimmer a suspicious looking eye to make lenses to get the twin summon. It's always good to keep one suspicious looking eye as a backup, just so you can make a twin summon. Yep, suspicious looking eyes use lenses as their crafting recipes, so you can decraft it, get 6 lenses. Oh wait, I don't have a Souls of Light. Alright, we need one more Soul of Light. Oh, actually, we already had enough. Yeah, I'll come back to get stuff for Skeletron Prime later. I want to fight the twins tonight. Okay, 5 iron bars. We get the 3 lenses that we shimmered. Yeah. Mech Eye. I'm going to go ahead and drink this Builder Potion. Get some Swiftness, Iron Skin. Night Owl's not bad. Regen's not bad. Get these away. I'm going to make some Ichor Bullets, because those should synergize well with the spiders. Hardcore guide? Yeah, he has a hard time beating the game on hardcore, though, seeing as he has to die. To summon the Wall of Flesh. Okay, accessories, more or less good. Let me go ahead and maybe reforge a few things here. Mythical's fine, Sighted's fine, Warding, Fairy Wing Summoner Emblem. Give me something. Armor, that's cool. Fairy Wings, I have a little bit of money. I can, yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is all good. Go ahead back here. This is all fine. Yeah, let's expand our arena a little bit. Once again, we have the magic contest and escape plan. If we bite off more than we can chew and find out that this is a bit trickier than we were expecting, we can just leave. We can always leave. We're doing mixed for this world, yeah. It saved time with mining, and, I mean, should be fairly effective. Let me make a watch just so we can gauge how long it took in comparison to the other world. Dryad. Crazy Magic Luminescence quickly becoming your favorite accessory of all time. It's a very nice accessory, yeah. It's also just consistently obtainable, which is pretty big. Let me go ahead and cancel you. Any tips for hard mode mech bosses? Or just following your movements basically for what I'm about to do here? I mean, I talked about them earlier in the video the last time that I fought them, or in the stream. I don't know if I want to rehash everything I just said, but for the twins, basically just stay away from them and kind of make up and down movements. Kill Spasmtism first, and yeah. For the Destroyer, make sure you manage probes and always pay attention to where his head is. No random mech boss spawn, so that's good. I'll expand this a little bit, then some of them. You see what accessories I'm using? Lightning Boots, Branded Confusion, Blue Horseshoe Balloon, Obsidian Shield, Fairy Wing, Summoner Emblem, Magiluminescence. Not a particularly great build, it's just what I had. Yeah, so spiders are very good at latching onto the twins like this. This is how you use spiders on the twins. Now, I have not done this in a little bit, so I'm, you know, not manipulating them as well as I could to make sure they stay on Spasmtism, but yeah, you can very effectively utilize spiders like this. Now, we're taking a little bit of damage from the Coast Flame Dot. So we're going to play a bit passively, keep our distance. Probably just, you know, use the Phoenix Blaster. Pay a bit more attention to avoiding, because, you know, if we get hit again, it could be a little bit tricky. But our potion's halfway off cooldown, and thankfully we've got regeneration from, you know, Life Crystal, or Heart Lantern, and the other stuff. So that's nice. Particularly those second phases, spiders can really do well against. Not when he's dashing, of course. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We jump. Spider's back on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Am I recording footage at the same time? Yeah. I record most of my streams, at least when I'm playing Terraria. 6. Yeah, if he's dashing down like that, make sure you weave to the side. That's very important, otherwise he's gonna, you know, charge into you. Okay, well, that's Spasmtism down. And Retinator, we just stay away from. We want to make sure we stay low so we don't accidentally spawn a Wyvern. And yeah, you can see if you maintain this much distance from him, he can't shoot. You can do that with a, you know, a goat mount or unicorn and a long bridge if you're really concerned about his lasers. But yeah, we don't need to care that much. But this is how far you need to be from him for him to not shoot you. And if you're moving at this speed, this far away, he'll just never attack. Go ahead and Mouk Spasmtism, or Retinator, so that my spiders actually attack him. Particularly when he gets low on HP and he starts firing faster, it can be nice to stay that far away. Not familiar with that mount? This is just the Master Mode reskin of the Blessed Apple. The Wall of Flesh drops it. So it's identical to the Unicorn mount. And then phase 2, like we did last time, run horizontally. As soon as he starts charging up his big death laser attack, jump in the air, and then fall back down. And then do it again. Magiluminescence helps you. Yeah, just keep doing this. He doesn't have that much HP, and we do pretty good damage, so. Yeah, I wasn't playing into the spiders that much. Honestly, I was mostly just shooting with my Phoenix Blaster, but yeah, spiders are quite effective. Now, we do not have a black lens for this world, so we can't make an optic staff, which is very unfortunate. But that's fine. We have other options. Other options including Durandal, Jousting Lance, Hollowed Repeater. Hollowed Repeater? Hollowed Repeater's pretty good. I don't want to do the same exact path I did last time, but I mean, Hollowed Repeater's pretty good. What about Rainbow Rod? What's our Rainbow Rod situation looking like? We can make a Rainbow Rod, right? We need some Souls of Light, of course. Cobalt Naginata? I suppose I could, but I don't really want one. I'll repeat it with plus Jester's arrows. I'd recommend Unholy arrows, not Jester's, but it's an option. Here's what I'll do. I'll spend the rest of this night killing random enemies out here and seeing if I can get a black lens to drop. If it does, we'll go in on optic staff. If not, we'll reconsider our options. Oh, I was supposed to farm more, I have a gnome. I was supposed to farm the old ones, aren't we? Before doing a mech, because now they're post-mech. As a mod, you feel the authority to close the MAGA channel? Yeah, that sounds about right. Don't say that about my president. How far behind are you? When the hell was I talking about Trump? That was like 20 or 30 minutes ago. It's probably longer than that. Early adulthood hardcore strategies? Gamble it all. If you've got money, you could be doubling it on the stock market. Have you heard of options? Yeah, just buy those. Usually use magic necessarily get any random decent accessory. And use it until like Plantera, because you don't use the Cobalt Shield or its upgrades. That's fair. Oh, we got some eyes built up here. Please give me a black lens. I don't want to just use the Hollowed Repeater again. Talked about Trump. Yeah, somebody asked if I would play Terraria with Obama, and I said yes. And then they were talking about what different presidents would do, and somebody said Trump would put tariffs on the Moon Lord, and I said no, we don't have an ongoing trade agreement with the Moon Lord. It would be more like Trump putting tariffs on NPCs and just making everything you buy cost more money. Unfortunate. You realize you're like an hour behind now? Yeah, no black lens. That's unfortunate. Well, there's hollowed repeater. There's what are fucking weapons? Terraria wiki.gg weapon. What's a weapon that's not the hollowed repeater or the Phoenix Blaster? That's not going to be annoying to get. As in, I could get in the next, like, 15 minutes for the next night. Gatligator? Yeah, let me get a Gatligator. Language staff? Yeah, and my Crimson Wilt. Get flamethrower? Yeah, let me get a flamethrower to fight Skeletron Farm with. You like the part you were what? Tome of Infinite Wisdom. Tempting. Oh, actually, this is a really good idea. If I use my hollowed bows and craft a hollowed repeater, I could use that. Yeah, we did the twins first. Could use a rainbow rod. I don't have max mana and like it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we have the strategy down. Like I don't think there's much need to innovate because I feel like the strategy is already about perfect. Like I don't think there's much to do to be more consistent than what I've already come up with, right? Literally just use the Phoenix Blaster and get basic stuff. I mean, is there any part of what I've been doing that you guys think would be difficult to replicate? Like if you were playing the game, and you have been doing what I've been doing, is there any part that you think you wouldn't have been able to do or would have really struggled with? Should farm the Piranha Gun so we don't have to aim against Golem. That's a distinct possibility. The wiki recommends using Yellets right now. Oh, okay. Well, let me go to the jungle. It's a very safe place. Oh, 6-7? So this is fairly consistent normal hard mode. I think it is, yeah. I think it's about as consistent as we could come up with. How about making a tall wall of sands with a torch at the bottom? Nah, that's witchcraft. By just playing fast, we're not getting better stuff intentionally. I think we have all that we need is the thing. Plus, you know, the exact weapon isn't that important. Get the Onyx Blaster because it's cool and has the explosion projectile. You know what? Sure, we can get an Onyx Blaster. That's fine. Let me maybe expand my arena at Skeletron a little bit. Oh, that's awkward. Did you do bombs? Yeah, I got bombs. I heard about that milk. A bit further. Yeah, similar to the pixies, if you need to spawn and farm crimson mummies, just make a thing in the sky. little platform up here. Stop things from getting caught. And then just place crimsand. That's a little awkward. We're at Wyvern height. Wyvern height, my spawn rates are low because no battle potion. Upbeats for wings? No, we already have wings. Dark Shard. It's the annoying part about being this high up in the world, especially with high spawn rates. Wyvern's immune to venom? Yes, they are. Wait, no, they're not. He's just not discolored because of it. He's taking the dot. Yeah, he's taking damage. He's just not discolored. That's weird. Your roommate saw they had a chicken sandwich from the cafeteria and asked if it was fried or grilled chicken. When he saw it was grilled, he said, "Damn, there's not enough cholesterol." Excited for the update? Yeah, I am. I don't want to talk about it, though, because usually people will bring up spoilers about the update. Stuff that's already been announced, and when I play it, I'd like to just play it without knowing what's in it. Go into the changes blind. Oh, hi, Wyvern. Well, there's only one way to ensure that another Wyvern doesn't spawn. And that's to keep a Wyvern spawned in the world. Because a Wyvern can't spawn if there's already a Wyvern in the world. That's a Dark Shard. 2 Dark Shards. Okay, now we need 10 Souls of Night. Alright, there's an idea. Think there would be an achievement for beating hardcore? I don't think so. Terraria clouds are some of the worst in gaming. They got a guy's face. They've got just like a middle-aged dude's face. What do you mean? That's incredible cloud material. This is on master mode. Will I be fighting Akram this run? I could go to the grocery store and just look for a guy named Marco. Oh, you guys remember what I talked about how after killing a mechanical boss, you should not go to the Underworld because red devils are extremely dangerous? Yeah, keep that in mind. Those projectiles right there, those do 480 damage, base damage. The odds of one of them killing me, if it hits me, extremely high. So, ideally, I should not be here. However, I want Souls of Light. And, I need 2 rather quickly, if I want to make an Onyx Blaster and fight the, Skeletron Prime tonight. I don't remember that, no. Double blocks. But I do a demonstration. Maybe when I get a bit more HP. There's a soul. Got bones. I've got bars. Mech skull. Right. Get these away. And just get rid of some of this crap. Okay. Give me a shotgun. Shotgun, 10 Souls of Night. And 2 Dark Shards is an Onyx Blaster. Put that up here. We're going to use that with probably Ichor bullets. Yep. And then you might as well take you. Yeah, that's all fine. Now again, if I fall below half HP and my potion is on cooldown, I'm going to Magic Conch to the ocean to despawn Skeletron Prime. Now I don't have a Frost Necklace, so I will take a little bit more damage. I'm gonna farm the Golem Fist or just accept whatever drop I get. I think I could farm for Golem Fist. I think it'd be really difficult to do post Golem without a Golem Fist, so like, there aren't that many things that I think every player should do every single playthrough. But I think the Golem Fist is one that is worth it. Does anyone use the Pulse Bow? It's just difficult to use the Pulse Bow is the problem. It's sold by the Traveling Merchant, and it's not consistent to obtain, and you don't want to sleep for it. Because that's really awkward. And oftentimes by the time it shows up, you've already got something better. I have a fine arena here? Yeah, this is okay. Okay. So yeah, again, you can either go for his face or kill the laser and then go for his face. I'll kill the laser and go for his face because that's what we did last time, and it's probably a slightly better strategy, I think. I'm going to tell my spiders to target the laser. Yeah, if he's spinning, stay somewhere on his right side to make it easier to avoid the laser shots because they're always coming from his left. It's a mobile game called Star Lost Space Shooter. Star Lost is a silly name. Yeah, I'm not trying to get damage on his head. I'm just trying to keep distance until his laser hand is dead. So I'm not too worried that most of my shots are missing. We have plenty of time in the night. Safest thing to do is just stay away until that laser hand dies. And then you can actually afford to get close to him because the rest of his limbs are not nearly as dangerous. You were also searching for that game? How popular is this random mobile game? Damn, I guess I'm really missing out on Star Lost, huh? I haven't lived till I've played Star Lost, loser of the stars. I haven't lived until I've star found what you've all star lost. I've just never really been big on mobile games. I think there was a brief point in time when I was like 13 where I played like Clash of Clans. Is Laserhand dead? Yeah, Laserhand's dead. So, at this point, there's not really a whole lot that he can do to threaten us. His bombs do a lot of damage, so like, do a half-assed job avoiding those, and you'll be fine. His hands just kind of occasionally fly towards you. As long as you're moving a little bit, you should be fine. Really, once that laser hand's dead, he's not very threatening. Why not Crystal Bullets? Because Skeletron Prime has extremely high defense when spinning, and the Onyx Blaster does not have super great base damage, and we do not have that many damage buffs. So Crystal Bullets would get destroyed by defense. Yeah, we can afford to stay close enough that our spiders can actually cling to him now. By the way, this is what I was talking about with spiders on flying enemies. Like, they cling and stick to guys really effectively. There's this maximum speed, which spinning Skeletron Prime does not meet. Yeah, they can track enemies pretty well. They don't need background walls. In fact, background walls can make it more difficult sometimes. You don't think you know what Skeletron Prime's little pinchy hand does? It basically makes small movements to try to grab you. It's a grabber. The Vice makes these big sweeping movements. Like here, it does this big sweep. The Vice does smaller, like dashes towards you. See what it's doing there? But they both do the same general thing, which is just they try to grab you. That one up there shoots bombs, and then the laser shoots lasers. So directing spell to attack a particular enemy? Yes, if you hold a summoning weapon and right-click with it, you will target weapons. It's the same targeting, like, reticle that a whip has. You know what? I'm going to spend the night, again, just killing eyes to see if we can get a black lens. Because we have the rest of the night. Yeah, it's the same targeting thing that a whip will have, but it just tells your minion, hey, go attack that. It actually predates whips, which is why it exists. It was how you told your minions to attack an enemy before whips existed. What do you mean by grab? No, it doesn't actually grab you. It's just like it's a vice grip, right? It's like it's like a crab. You know what a crab is? Crabs try to like grab things. It's like that. He's very crab. Skeleton Farm is very crab-coated. Okay. I don't think we really need to bring the third character through the mechs on stream. Like, I feel like it's going to be about what we did here again. Yeah, Vice Grip. Now, that character doesn't have a Phoenix Blaster, so I'd probably just, like, buy a shotgun or something, but I think it'd work out pretty much the same. Can you imagine if it did grab you in, like, a stun lock? Well, maybe his other hands would be scary if they could grab you and stun lock you. Skeletron Prime Phase 2 where he turns into a crab. Where are all the demon eyes at, man? There's nothing here. Like Krabby from Pokemon. I think more like Kingler, but yeah, kind of. He's constantly trying to use Guillotine, it's just his accuracy sucks. Would you guys get up here? I think Demon Eye spawn rate. Is it based on the moon, or is it just random, or am I hallucinating both of them? They had trouble updating the game on iOS. So the new balance and bug fixes. Are you talking about Star Lost? What other games do I play besides Terraria and Rainworld? Let's see. As far as like games that I would play for like personal enjoyment and not like multiplayer, I mean Slay the Spire, Darkest Dungeon I've been playing recently. As far as game with friends, I have some friends I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3 with again. I play Dead by Daylight sometimes, Monster Hunter World, big monster hunting. Yeah, I don't have that much time to play video games because I have to like give vivisections to mice. I haven't played Polekeeper, no. I know it's supposed to be quite good. I just haven't at the time. Come on, give me a black lens. Give me a black lens. Give me a black lens. No. Am I a PhD student or something? No, I'm an undergraduate, but there's my job. I mean, there is a lab that I help as an undergraduate research assistant at, but, it was more just a callback to earlier when I was talking about vivisecting of mice for the first time yesterday. No, it's more just studying. Okay, yeah, I think we're good to just fight the Destroyer, honestly, like, Hollow Repeater, Unholy Arrows, perfectly fine. Can reforge, get a better modifier. Some Blade Staff plus Ichor Whipping, I mean, it's good. It's an effective strategy. Oh, you know what I could probably do, because I think these only cost 15 medals, if I'm not mistaken. Don't the second tier sentries only cost 15 medals? If the second tier sentries only cost 15 medals, then I could go buy like a ballista staff. New moon spawns more eyes. Okay. Yeah, it does go with moon cycle. And we have, we've done Old One's Army, so we can use them outside of the Old One's Army. And we have, the sentry table, so we could, that's gonna be pretty effective on the Destroyer. Yep, these are 15. We could also, I mean, like, as that's 19 extra defense. I mean, I think that's, you know, that's a fine trade-off. 27 defense on a breastplate. Yeah, the old one's armor sets are ridiculous. XX 4931. They have obscene just raw stat values. Now we do lose a summon slot, but who cares? They have 19 extra defense. 27 defense on a breastplate is ridiculous. I think like Beetle Shell endgame only has like 32. Could I just do Queen Spider Staff? Yeah, we could do that. We don't need that many more spiders. And yeah, defense is pretty good, so, you know. The main threat from the Destroyer are lasers, chip damage over time, and taking 19 fewer damage per laser is pretty significant. Where's the workbench to the right of my crystal ball? I can tell you when I go back. I'm not sure. Is it Squire's Great Helm time? No, Squire's Great Helm kind of sucks. I know there was a point in time where they recommended it post Moonlord. The problem is that the HP buff it gives, what is it, 1 HP per sec? 2 HP per sec? The problem is it doesn't have very high defense, and usually just having higher defense from like a hollowed helmet is better. Oh, we got a mech worm to drop. Okay, that's very fortunate. I'm gonna grab one of these while I'm here. Fun fact, truffle worms are worth 10 gold each and are a very effective way of getting money if you need some cash. Oh, the war table. Yeah. Yeah, I think this should be a good demonstration of a pretty fundamental concept that is good to remember in hardcore, which is my damage right now isn't incredible. We have a hollowed repeater with unholy arrows. That's not, you know, fantastic piercing. We have spiders. That's not good for the Destroyer. But if you are very tanky and have high defense, it doesn't matter. We're going to have, after buffs and stuff, almost 100 defense. That's huge. We're taking 100 less damage per laser from the Destroyer. And sure, it might take an extra minute or two to kill him. Maybe even longer, but like, he can't really kill me, so it doesn't matter. You think that was going to be max defense and don't die? It's not really max defense and don't die, because it's just not necessary in a lot of situations to max defense. But that doesn't mean defense isn't very effective. There's also a lot of stuff that will kill you regardless of whether or not you have max defense. In pre-hard mode, you step on an explosive trap, doesn't matter if you have max defense, you're still dead. But yeah, generally, max defense, pretty good. Get a Queen Spider Staff, it's 24. We have an extra minion, sentry slot, so we can down 2 of them. You know, those black widows being terrifying. If you stop them from being, if you like close yourself off from them, like they weren't able to actually reach me, then they're a lot less threatening. They can be pretty scary if they're able to make their way to you, though. Let's get potions, potion ingredients. We want regen. We have iron skin already. Might as well get a swiftness. Hunter potions. Not a bad call for Destroyer. We have a bow here, so I'm gonna get an archery potion. We have a medium food buff, and let's... I will take a hunter potion here. I think Destroyer is a fight that warrants it. It's nice to be able to see where everything's coming from. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna fight him at spawn. We can magic conch to the ocean in an emergency situation. I don't really like the idea of fighting near the dungeon, because I think that place was at higher elevation. We were getting tons of just like incidental wyverns over there. What would I use for pre-mech Duke? I don't really do pre-mech Duke that much, but Crystal Serpent's not bad. Dart Pistol's not bad. Mobility is the more pressing thing than your weapon. You need good ascension speed, or maybe Gelatinous Pillion from Queen Slime. I think that's the main thing, just being able to move vertically. A very effective strategy is like the Wolf mount or the Basilisk mount with Bundle of Balloons. A lot of people like using that. You get like 4 jumps and pretty good vertical mobility. You can combine it with Featherfall to do even more. Let's make some Heart Lanterns. Summon Potion would be good, but jungle is scary. I have spiders, man. The Summon Potion's gonna do jack shit. I have spiders against the Destroyer. What suppose? Very underrated. What, the like Basilisk mount and Wolf Pet mount and stuff? Queen Slime mount is your preferred one? Yeah, it's not bad. I just can't be bothered to fight Queen Slime. Queen Slime? No, my queen is a spider. But yeah, honestly, you know, doing some pre-hard mode Old One's armies, not even for the tier 3 armor sets, just, for like tier 2, get some Squire armor for 27 defense. That's pretty solid. It's not bad at all. Yeah, so the name of the game, don't get licked. If he hits me with his mouth, I'm probably dead. Probably not necessarily, but it's pretty likely. I have fast statues. Let me put those down. Because we have 400 HP, 88 plus 11. We'll have 99 defense. 420 max damage roll. Let's see. It's 15% per 100. So times 4. That's 60. 480. 490. Actually, I think we might be one-shot proof from the Destroyer's mouth with 99 defense. I think we might be. Okay. Yeah. Manage the probes. Pay attention to the Destroyer's location and manage the probes. With how much defense we have, the lasers are not going to do much damage to me. You see that one did 21. I regenerate that pretty quickly. Just keep moving roughly away from them. If a probe is out, kill the probe. If the probe is gone, start attacking the Destroyer. Generally, the fight only gets dangerous if a lot of probes build up or if you let him lick you. Otherwise, with enough defense to nullify lasers, you should be pretty safe. The way that probes work is every segment has a probe, so he has a limited number that he can set out. And anytime the segment takes damage, it has like a 25% chance to release its probe or something. Yeah, I'm literally taking like half as much damage from these lasers because that's Squire Breastplate. We got an extra 19 defense, was it? And we're taking like 15 damage from a laser. Without it, we would have been taking 34 damage from a laser. Well, the probe lasers do less damage than the Destroyer body lasers, but The point is, it's quite significant. Yeah, and the Hunter Potion can help with just keeping track of where the probes are and any random spawns. I'm also fighting him low to the ground, and I'm not going in the air. The reason is just because I don't want a Wyvern to spawn. If we fly up, we know that third layer is a height that Wyverns can spawn at, because that's where we were farming Wyverns. So if we fly that high, we could have Wyvern spawn, and we don't want that. So we're not going to make that possible. Probes also have a very high spawn rate, or drop rate for hearts. So even if I'm taking some chip damage, I can heal up just from the hearts that they drop. You can see how many are getting dropped. You thought non-event bosses disabled mob spawns? Nope. Nope. The way that bosses work is that they count as multiple enemies. Depending on the boss, they count as different numbers of enemies. And the way Terraria spawns work is that if there are a certain number of enemies spawned in, more enemies cannot spawn. So a boss like the Moon Lord takes up like 15 enemy slots or something like that. And there's no biome in the game where enemies can spawn if there are 15 enemies already spawned in. I don't know the exact number the Moon Lord takes up, but it's something like that. So if he's in, the game thinks there are already the maximum number of NPCs that can spawn naturally. So it won't attempt to spawn more. Not all bosses do that. The Destroyer here, you can see that he is not taking up all the spawn slots. We are getting random spawns. The twins individually take up like 6 or 7 or something. If you have both twins alive, you won't get other enemies to spawn. Once one of the twins dies... Oh, we have a Mimic down there. Once one of the twins dies, you can start getting other enemies to spawn. So that's usually the point. Be careful of Wyverns. Yeah, as you can see, this is very consistent. I really like... I'm not dropping below 300 HP. As long as I avoid his mouth and make some general movements to dodge these lasers, he can't kill me. Also, this is basically exactly the same as the fight would be in Legendary mode, because only contact damage scales in Legendary mode. The Destroyer would be longer and fat and bigger. But the laser damage, exactly the same. If you had the same general strategy, you would need to be a bit more careful about not taking contact damage from the probes, but it'd work almost identically. Using minimap to keep an eye on the head. Yep, you can also use the overlay like this. I don't like this, but you can't do that. The Hunter Potion also helps to not get caught by surprise. And yeah, that's early hard mode again. I really feel like the strategy I was using, which is Titan Glove. Pretty much come into hard mode with a Phoenix Blaster, immediately get exploding bullets. And then leverage those exploding bullets to go through early hard mode, getting basic stuff. Mine for an armor set, or if you don't have good mining speed, you can get like 2 pieces of spider armor and a melee head, and that's functionally very similar. What the? Oh, can spiders not go down through platforms? That's quite unfortunate. Now, unfortunately, my NPCs are dead now, because that's what happens when you fight destroyers near spawn, but yeah. I think most players, if they have a bit of time in the game and they're paying attention, should be able to replicate what I was doing here. And remember, holy shit, thank you, Ellie. That's incredibly generous. Why is YouTube processing it one at a time in chat? I didn't realize that's how membership gifting works. It's just every single one at a time. Damn. Yeah, thank you. But yeah. I think a lot of it was getting ready in late pre-hard mode. Do I ever go for early Duke? Not really. I don't really like going for early Duke because I just don't think it's that fun. You have to enable receiving gifts? It's wild. Okay. Well, I think that's going to be the end of the stream for today. I don't think we need to do a third character. Doing basically the exact same strategy. I mean, we have this one who was it this one? Yeah, this world has a lot less preparation done. And we'd like beanated the wall of flesh, but the same general concept would work. If you don't have a Phoenix Blaster, you can make an early repeater. You can buy a shotgun from the arms dealer immediately in hard mode. You can go get a handgun. Yeah. Okay, well, we've got, I think, one more stretch, which would be late hard mode, which will probably be maybe tomorrow, after I get back from my lab. This weekend, I'd like to do some kind of multiplayer thing before 1.4.5 comes out. I don't know exactly what yet. Now, there is also supposed to be quite the hell of an ice storm hitting most of the US over this weekend, so it's possible might lose power or something. Hard to say for sure. But if I don't stream this weekend, that'd probably be why. But yeah, bye everyone.